Story 1. Checking into the Riverview Hotel for a week-long business trip seemed like a routine event. The establishment had decent reviews, and its proximity to my conference venue made it an ideal choice. I arrived late in the afternoon, weary from my journey, and was greeted by a friendly receptionist. After completing the formalities, I was handed a key card and directed to my room on the 3rd floor. The room was standard, with a comfortable-looking bed, a small desk, and a flat-screen TV mounted on the wall. I unpacked my luggage, freshened up, and decided to catch up on some work before heading out for dinner. As the evening turned to night, I felt the first twinges of unease. The room was too quiet, and the sense of being watched began to creep into my mind. I shrugged it off, attributing it to travel fatigue and nerves about the upcoming meetings. Around 11 p.m., as I was getting ready for bed, I noticed a small hole in the wall near the headboard. It was barely noticeable, but its presence nagged at me. I moved closer to inspect it, and the unease I felt earlier intensified. The hole was perfectly round and looked out of place in the otherwise pristine wall. I hesitated, unsure if I was overreacting, but my gut told me something was off. I decided to call the front desk to report my findings. The night receptionist, a young man who seemed more interested in his phone than his job, answered my call. "Front desk, how can I help you?" "Hi, I'm in room 314. I noticed a small hole in the wall near the bed, and it's making me uncomfortable. Could someone come up and check it out?" There was a brief pause. Sure. I'll send someone up to take a look." I waited for what felt like an eternity, but no one came. Frustrated, I called the front desk again. "Hey, I called about the hole in my room, but no one has shown up yet." "Oh, right. Sorry about that. It's probably just a maintenance issue. Nothing to worry about." His dismissive tone didn't sit well with me, but I decided to let it go for the night. I blocked the hole with a piece of tissue, hoping to get some sleep. The next day, I attended my conference, but the thought of that hole lingered in the back of my mind. During a break, I did a quick search on my phone about hidden cameras in hotels. The results were alarming. There were countless stories of people discovering hidden cameras in their rooms, often in seemingly innocent places. Determined to get to the bottom of this, I bought a small flashlight on my way back to the hotel. Once in my room, I examined the hole more closely. Shining the flashlight into it, I saw a glint of something metallic. My heart raced. This wasn't just a hole, it was a camera. I felt a cold wave of fear wash over me. Someone had been watching me. I immediately called the police and then the front desk again, this time demanding to speak with the manager. Within minutes, a stern-looking man arrived at my door, flanked by the disinterested night receptionist. "What's the problem?" the manager asked. I showed him the hole and the tiny camera lens hidden within it. His face paled. "I had no idea. This is unacceptable." The police arrived shortly after and began their investigation. The camera was carefully extracted from the wall, and they found it was connected to a recording device hidden in the room next door. The manager was visibly shaken and repeatedly apologized, but his words did little to soothe my anxiety. The investigation revealed that the camera had been installed by a former employee who had been fired months ago. The hotel had failed to conduct a thorough sweep of the rooms after his dismissal, leaving guests vulnerable to his voyeuristic schemes. The police assured me that they would handle the situation, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being violated. The hotel was shut down the next day, pending a full investigation. I was moved to another hotel at the company's expense, but the damage was done. Every creak of the floor, every shadow made me jumpy. I found myself constantly looking over my shoulder, feeling exposed and vulnerable. For the remainder of my trip, I struggled to concentrate on my work. The image of that tiny camera haunted me, a stark reminder of how easily one's privacy could be invaded. When I returned home, I found it difficult to sleep, often waking up in a cold sweat, convinced that I was being watched. In the weeks that followed, the hotel made headlines. The former employee was arrested, and the hotel's management faced legal consequences for their negligence. Despite their efforts to make amends, my trust in the safety and privacy of hotel rooms was shattered. I became hyper-vigilant, always checking for hidden cameras whenever I stayed somewhere new. The experience left me shaken, a constant reminder of the unseen threats lurking in places we consider safe. While life eventually returned to normal, the scars of that night at the Riverview Hotel remained, a dark chapter in my otherwise mundane business trip. Story 2. During a business trip to the city, I checked into a well-known hotel chain. It was a reputable place, known for its comfort and service, and I felt secure knowing I was in good hands. The check-in process was smooth, and the front desk staff greeted me with smiles. I handed over my credit card for the deposit and room charges, received my room key, and headed upstairs to settle in. The next morning, I attended a series of meetings that lasted most of the day. It wasn't until evening, when I sat down to review some emails, that I noticed an alert from my credit card company. It warned of unusual activity on my account. Puzzled, I opened the app to check my transactions. To my horror, I saw several charges that I hadn't made. There were purchases from various online retailers, dining expenses at restaurants I had never visited, and even a few high-value electronics bought from stores across the city. I felt a wave of panic wash over me. How had this happened? I had been so careful with my card. My mind raced as I tried to recall if I had misplaced it, or if it had been out of my sight at any point. The only time it had left my hand was at the hotel check-in. Frustrated and anxious, I went downstairs to the front desk to report the issue. The night manager, a man named Mark, listened to my complaint with a disinterested expression. "Sir, our systems are secure, and we have never had any issues like this before," he said dismissively. "Are you sure you didn't lose your card somewhere else?" Feeling a mix of disbelief and anger, I insisted that the problem must have originated from the hotel. "This is the only place I've used my card since I arrived in the city," I explained. "I need you to look into this." Mark sighed and reluctantly took down my details, promising to investigate. Unsatisfied with his response, I returned to my room and immediately called my credit card company. They were far more helpful, freezing my account to prevent further charges and starting an investigation. Still, I was left with the unsettling reality that my credit card information had been stolen, and I had no idea how long it would take to resolve. The following day, I spoke to the hotel manager, a woman named Lisa, who seemed slightly more concerned than Mark but still offered no concrete assistance. "We'll review our security footage and check our systems," she assured me, though her tone lacked conviction. Days passed, and I continued my business meetings, all the while dealing with the fallout from the fraudulent charges. Each time I approached the front desk for an update, I was met with vague assurances and no real progress. Weeks turned into months as I worked with my credit card company to dispute the charges and restore my account. The process was grueling, involving countless phone calls, emails, and paperwork. The financial strain was significant, as many of the charges were substantial, and the emotional toll was just as heavy. The sense of violation was profound, knowing that someone had accessed my personal information and used it so recklessly. One evening, I received a call from my credit card company. They had traced the origin of the fraudulent charges to an IP address linked to the hotel. My heart sank. It confirmed my suspicions that the theft had occurred within the hotel itself. Armed with this information, I went back to the hotel, determined to get answers. Lisa was on duty again when I arrived. I presented her with the findings from my credit card company. Her face went pale, and she finally seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. I didn't realize she stammered. "We'll take this seriously now, I promise." An internal investigation ensued, and it was eventually revealed that a member of the hotel's staff had been skimming credit card information from guests. The employee, a young man working at the front desk, had been using a small device to capture card details during check-in. He had then sold this information to a group involved in extensive credit card fraud. The hotel chain offered apologies and compensated me for the trouble, though it did little to erase the months of stress and inconvenience I had endured. The employee was arrested and faced legal consequences, but the experience left a lasting scar. Reflecting on the ordeal, I realized the importance of vigilance when it comes to personal information. Despite the hotel's reputation, I had fallen victim to a sophisticated theft scheme right under their noses. It was a harsh lesson in trust and the vulnerabilities that exist even in seemingly secure environments. The resolution of the fraudulent charges brought some relief, but the experience had changed me. I became more cautious, wary of where and how I used my credit cards, and always on alert for signs of potential fraud. The stolen identity incident was a dark chapter, a reminder of the pervasive risks in our interconnected world. Story 3. I had just checked into the hotel, eager for a quiet night of rest after a long day of traveling. The room was on the 3rd floor, overlooking a small courtyard that seemed serene in the dim evening light. After unpacking, I decided to unwind by watching some TV and reading a book. The room itself was cozy, with a plush bed, a small desk, and a large window that let in the soft glow of the setting sun. As the evening turned into night, the hotel grew quieter. I could hear the faint hum of activity from the lobby and the occasional footsteps in the hallway. Feeling drowsy, I decided to turn in early. I double-checked that the door was locked and secured the chain latch before climbing into bed. The bed was surprisingly comfortable, and I quickly drifted off to sleep. Sometime later, I was jolted awake by a strange noise. I sat up in bed, heart pounding, and strained my ears to listen. The room was silent, except for the soft hum of the air conditioner. Just as I was about to dismiss it as a dream, I heard it again, a faint, almost imperceptible sound of someone trying to unlock my door. My heart raced as I crept out of bed and tiptoed to the door, pressing my ear against it. The sound was unmistakable now. Someone was fiddling with the lock, and it wasn't the familiar sound of a key card being inserted. It was more like someone was trying to pick the lock. Panic surged through me. I glanced around the room, looking for something to defend myself with. My eyes settled on the desk chair, and I quietly dragged it to the door, bracing it under the handle. With trembling hands, I picked up the phone and dialed the front desk. The line rang a few times before a calm, reassuring voice answered. "Front desk, how can I assist you?" "Hi, this is room 314. I think someone is trying to get into my room," I whispered, trying to keep my voice steady. There was a brief pause before the receptionist responded. "Are you sure? It might just be a maintenance worker. Sometimes they check the locks at night." "I don't think so," I insisted, my voice rising slightly. "It's been going on for a while now and it doesn't sound like a key card." "Okay, I'll send someone up to check it out right away. Please stay in your room and keep the door locked," the receptionist said, her tone now more serious. I thanked her and hung up, feeling a bit more reassured. I sat on the bed, staring at the door, waiting for the sound of footsteps in the hallway. The noise at the door continued intermittently, each attempt sending a jolt of fear through me. Minutes felt like hours as I waited, my eyes never leaving the door. Finally, I heard the unmistakable sound of footsteps approaching. A knock on the door followed, and a voice called out, "Hotel security, is everything okay in there?" Relief washed over me as I hurried to the door, still keeping the chain latch on. I cracked the door open just enough to see a uniformed security guard standing outside. "Thank you for coming," I said, my voice shaky. Someone was trying to get in. The guard nodded, his expression serious. "We didn't see anyone on the security cameras, but we'll check the area. Please stay inside and keep the door locked." I nodded and closed the door, relatching the chain. The guard's presence was reassuring, but I couldn't shake the feeling of unease. I sat on the bed, clutching my phone, waiting for an update. After what felt like an eternity, the phone rang. "Hello." "Hi, this is the front desk. We didn't find anyone in the hallway or on the cameras. It might have been a mistake. Please try to get some rest, and we'll have extra security patrols tonight." I thanked her again and hung up, but the reassurance did little to calm my nerves. I lay back down, my ears tuned to every sound. Sleep was elusive as my mind raced with thoughts of who could have been trying to enter my room. The next morning I packed my things and checked out early, still feeling unsettled. As I handed my key card to the receptionist, she gave me a sympathetic look. "I'm sorry for the disturbance last night. We take these incidents very seriously." I nodded, forcing a smile. "Thank you. I just want to move on from it." As I walked to my car, I couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to the story. Later that day, a friend who worked in hotel management confirmed my suspicions. He told me that it was likely an unauthorized person who had somehow gained access to a master key. The hotel had hushed it up to avoid bad publicity. The experience left me wary of staying in hotels alone. Every time I checked into a new room, I made sure the locks were secure and always kept an ear out for any unusual sounds. The memory of that night lingered, a constant reminder of the close call I had with a potential intruder. Story 4. My laptop and expensive jewelry vanished from my hotel room while I was out. The hotel manager claimed no one had entered my room except for housekeeping, but I later found out a staff member had been caught on camera stealing from guests. I arrived at the Grand Hotel, a place renowned for its luxurious accommodations and impeccable service, for a much-needed vacation. The grand lobby, adorned with crystal chandeliers and marble floors, set a promising tone for my stay. After checking in, I made my way to my room on the 5th floor, marveling at the opulence surrounding me. My room was a sanctuary of comfort and elegance, complete with a plush king-sized bed, a sleek desk, and a stunning view of the city skyline. I unpacked my suitcase, carefully placing my laptop on the desk and my jewelry in the room's safe, before heading out to explore the local attractions. After a day filled with sightseeing and shopping, I returned to my room, eager to relax and catch up on some work. As I entered, a strange feeling washed over me. I glanced around, something felt off. My laptop was no longer on the desk, and the safe, which should have contained my expensive jewelry, was wide open and empty. Panic surged through me as I frantically searched the room, hoping I had misplaced my belongings. But my laptop and jewelry were nowhere to be found. My heart pounded as I dialed the front desk. The hotel manager, a stern man named Mr. Anderson, arrived at my room shortly after my call. He assured me that the hotel had strict security measures in place and that only authorized personnel had access to the rooms. "No one entered your room except for housekeeping," he stated firmly. "Our staff is trustworthy." Despite his reassurances, I insisted on reviewing the security footage. Reluctantly, Mr. Anderson agreed, and we made our way to the security office. The security office was a small, dimly lit room filled with monitors displaying various areas of the hotel. The security guard, a burly man with a serious demeanor, began reviewing the footage from the time I had left my room to the time I returned. At first, everything seemed normal. The hallway remained empty, save for a few guests passing by. Then, the footage showed a member of the housekeeping staff, a young woman named Lisa, entering my room. She exited a few minutes later, carrying what appeared to be a small bag. "That's Lisa," Mr. Anderson said, frowning. "She's one of our most trusted employees." Determined to get to the bottom of the mystery, I insisted on speaking with Lisa. Mr. Anderson hesitated but eventually agreed, summoning her to the office. Lisa arrived, looking nervous and fidgety. I explained the situation, asking if she had seen anyone else enter my room. Her eyes darted around the room, avoiding my gaze. "No, I didn't see anyone," she replied, her voice shaky. "I just cleaned the room and left." I pressed further, mentioning the security footage showing her carrying a bag. Lisa's face paled, and she began to stammer. "I don't know what you're talking about," she said, backing away slightly. Unsatisfied with her response, I requested to see the footage again, this time focusing on Lisa's actions. As we watched, it became clear that she was indeed carrying a bag when she exited my room. The security guard zoomed in on the footage, revealing the unmistakable shape of my laptop inside the bag. Mr. Anderson's face turned red with anger. "Lisa, you have some explaining to do," he said sternly. Under the pressure, Lisa broke down and confessed. She admitted to stealing my laptop and jewelry, along with valuables from several other guests. She explained that she had been struggling financially and saw an opportunity to make some quick money. Mr. Anderson apologized profusely for the incident and assured me that Lisa would be reported to the authorities. He also promised to reimburse me for the stolen items and offered a complimentary stay at the hotel in the future. While the ordeal had been stressful, I was relieved that my belongings would be returned and that justice would be served. As I packed up my remaining belongings, I reflected on the experience, grateful for the swift resolution and the hotel's commitment to rectifying the situation. The following day, I checked out of the Grand Hotel, my faith in its reputation somewhat restored. Despite the unfortunate incident, I couldn't deny that the hotel had handled the situation professionally and efficiently. As I boarded my flight home, I couldn't help but wonder about the countless stories hidden within the walls of luxurious hotels. My vacation might have taken an unexpected turn, but it was a reminder that even in the most seemingly secure places, vigilance is essential. And so, with my laptop and jewelry safely packed away, I left the Grand Hotel behind, carrying with me a valuable lesson about trust and the importance of always keeping an eye out for the unexpected. Story 5. I woke up scratching furiously at my arms, legs, and neck, the skin raw and irritated. In my groggy state, I couldn't pinpoint the cause of my discomfort. As I fumbled for the light switch, a sense of dread crept over me. The warm glow of the bedside lamp revealed angry red welts covering my skin. The itching intensified and I frantically tore back the sheets, my heart sinking at what I saw. Tiny, rust-colored stains dotted the white linen, and as I looked closer, I saw them small, flat, reddish-brown insects crawling across the mattress. Bed bugs. A wave of nausea washed over me. I'd heard horror stories about bed bugs, but I never imagined I'd be living one. I jumped out of bed and grabbed my phone, snapping pictures of the mattress and the bites on my skin. I quickly dressed and marched down to the hotel lobby, every step fueled by a mix of anger and desperation. The night clerk barely looked up as I approached the front desk. "Excuse me," I began, my voice trembling with the combination of exhaustion and irritation. "My room is infested with bed bugs. I need to speak to a manager immediately." The clerk, a young man with dark circles under his eyes, glanced at me with mild interest. "I'm sorry to hear that," he said flatly. "Our manager will be in at 8 a.m. Can you wait until then?" I stared at him in disbelief. "No, I can't wait. I'm covered in bites and I'm not staying in that room another minute. I need this resolved now." He sighed and reluctantly picked up the phone, dialing a number. After a brief conversation, he hung up and turned back to me. "The best we can do is move you to another room for the night. The manager will address the situation in the morning." I bit back a retort and accepted the new room key, too exhausted to argue further. The new room was on a different floor, and I hoped it would be free of the same problem. I barely slept, my skin crawling with the memory of tiny legs and sharp bites. The next morning I returned to the front desk, dark circles now mirrored under my own eyes. The manager, a stern-looking woman in her 50s, stood behind the counter. She looked up as I approached, her expression unreadable. "I'm here to report a bedbug infestation in my room," I said, handing her my phone with the photos. She glanced at them briefly before handing it back. "We take these matters very seriously," she said, though her tone suggested otherwise. "We will have an exterminator inspect the room. In the meantime, we can offer you a refund for last night's stay." "That's not enough," I replied, my frustration bubbling over. "I have bites all over my body, and I'm worried the bed bugs have spread to my luggage. I need compensation for the inconvenience and potential cost of dealing with an infestation at home." The manager's eyes narrowed slightly. "We can offer you a voucher for a free night's stay, but that's the best we can do." I knew arguing further would be pointless. I accepted the refund and voucher, though I had no intention of ever using it. As I returned to my room to pack, I carefully inspected my luggage. To my horror, I found a few bedbugs nestled in the seams of my suitcase. Panic set in. I couldn't bring these pests home with me. I spent the next few hours at a laundromat, washing all my clothes on the hottest setting. I bought garbage bags to seal my luggage, hoping to suffocate any remaining bugs. The bites on my skin were relentless, each one a burning reminder of the nightmare I was living. When I finally returned home, I left my suitcase in the garage, too afraid to bring it inside. I scheduled an appointment with an exterminator who inspected my car and garage for any signs of the bugs. The cost of the visit was steep, but the peace of mind was worth it. For weeks I dealt with the aftermath. The bites slowly healed, but I remained paranoid, checking my bed every night for any sign of the tiny invaders. I wrote a scathing review of the hotel, warning others of the bedbug problem and the management's lackluster response. The experience left me with an acute awareness of the potential for bedbug infestations wherever I stayed. I invested in bedbug-proof luggage covers and always inspected hotel rooms before settling in. The memory of that night haunted me, a constant reminder of how a single, small pest could wreak such havoc. Despite the precautions, the fear lingered. Each itch, each stray hair brushing my skin at night sent me into a panic. The bedbug infestation had left its mark, not just on my skin, but on my psyche, turning restful nights into sleepless, anxious vigils. Story 6. I arrived at the hotel to find my reservation had mysteriously disappeared from their system. The receptionist, a stern-looking woman with sharp features, clicked through the computer with a growing frown. "I'm sorry, but there's no record of your reservation," she said, her voice as cold as the marble counter between us. "But I made the reservation weeks ago," I insisted, my frustration bubbling over. "I have the confirmation email right here." I pulled out my phone and showed her the email, but she only glanced at it before shaking her head. "I'm really sorry, but we are fully booked tonight. There are no rooms available." My heart sank. It was already late, and the thought of finding another place to stay in an unfamiliar city was daunting. I took a deep breath, trying to stay calm. "Is there anything you can do? I've traveled a long way." She gave me a sympathetic look that felt rehearsed. "I can call around and see if any nearby hotels have availability, but I can't guarantee anything." I nodded, feeling a mix of helplessness and anger. As she made a few phone calls, I looked around the lobby, which was bustling with activity. Guests were checking in, Groups were chatting and the overall vibe was lively. It only made my predicament feel worse. After what felt like an eternity, the receptionist hung up the phone. There's a small inn about 10 minutes from here that has one room left. It's not as luxurious as our accommodations, but it's clean and safe. I sighed with relief. That'll do. Can you give me the address? She scribbled it down on a piece of paper and handed it to me. Good luck. I thanked her and headed back to my car, trying to shake off the sense of unease. The drive to the inn was short, but the area was much quieter than the bustling city center where the hotel was located. The inn was a modest, two-story building with a flickering neon sign that read vacancy. I parked and went inside, the bell above the door jingling as I entered. An elderly man greeted me from behind the counter. Evening, you must be the one looking for a room. Yes, that's me, I said, grateful that this place had availability. I filled out the necessary paperwork and received my room key. Room 12 upstairs on the right. The hallway leading to my room was dimly lit, and the patterned carpet was worn but clean. I found my room and unlocked the door, feeling a sense of relief wash over me. The room was small but tidy, with a single bed, a nightstand, and a dresser. It wasn't luxurious, but it was a place to sleep. I set my bags down and collapsed onto the bed, exhaustion hitting me all at once. As I lay there, I couldn't help but replay the events of the evening in my mind. How had my reservation disappeared? I had been so careful to book everything in advance. The receptionist's reaction had seemed a bit too dismissive, almost as if she had expected it. I shrugged off the thoughts and decided to take a quick shower before bed. The bathroom was clean, and the hot water helped to soothe my frayed nerves. Afterward, I climbed into bed and turned off the lights, hoping for a good night's sleep. But sleep didn't come easily. I tossed and turned, unable to shake a growing sense of unease. The inn was eerily quiet, and every creak of the floorboards and rustle of the wind outside seemed magnified in the stillness. I finally drifted off, only to be jolted awake by a loud bang. I sat up, heart pounding, and listened. The sound had come from the hallway. I got up and crept to the door, opening it a crack to peer outside. The hallway was empty, but the light in the room at the far end flickered ominously. I debated whether to investigate or stay put. My curiosity won out. I stepped into the hallway, the old floorboards creaking under my weight. As I approached the flickering light, I noticed that the door to the room was slightly ajar. I hesitated, then gently pushed it open. The room was empty, but it looked as if someone had been there recently. The bed was unmade, and a suitcase lay open on the floor. A chill ran down my spine. Something was off about this place. I quickly returned to my room, locking the door behind me. Sleep was out of the question now. I sat on the edge of the bed, trying to make sense of everything. My phone buzzed, startling me. It was a text message from an unknown number. Leave the inn. You're not safe. Panic set in. Who had sent the message? I gathered my belongings as quickly as I could and left the room, my heart racing. As I made my way down the stairs, I saw the elderly man from the front desk watching me. His expression was unreadable. I didn't stop to explain. I rushed out of the inn and into my car, locking the doors. As I drove away, I glanced back and saw the flickering neon sign in the rearview mirror. The sense of unease lingered, but I felt a surge of relief as I put distance between myself and that place. The rest of the night was spent driving aimlessly until I found a 24-hour diner where I could sit and collect my thoughts. As I sipped on a cup of coffee, I couldn't shake the feeling that my misplaced reservation had been more than just a simple mistake. I had narrowly escaped something sinister, and I couldn't help but wonder what might have happened if I had stayed at that inn for the night. In the end, I decided to cut my trip short and head home the next day. The mysterious disappearance of my reservation remained unsolved, a haunting reminder of how quickly plans can change and how thin the line between safety and danger can be. Story 7. The old hotel stood at the edge of town, a remnant of a bygone era. Its faded sign creaked in the wind, and the once grand facade was now a mix of peeling paint and ivy. It had a reputation for being quaint and charming, but that night it felt more eerie than endearing. I checked in late, having driven for hours through winding country roads. The lobby was dimly lit, with flickering sconces casting shadows on the worn-out carpet. The receptionist, a young woman with a tired smile, handed me the key to room 212 and wished me a good night. As I walked down the narrow corridor, the floorboards creaked beneath my feet. The air was thick with the smell of dust and old wood. I found my room, turned the key, and stepped inside. It was modest, with a single bed, a small desk, and an ancient radiator clanking in the corner. I unpacked my bag, changed into my pajamas, and collapsed onto the bed, eager for a good night's sleep. Just as I was drifting off, I heard a loud banging noise coming from the room next door. At first, I thought it might be my imagination. I closed my eyes and tried to ignore it, but the noise persisted. It was rhythmic, like someone was pounding on the wall. Annoyed, I got up and pressed my ear against the thin wall separating my room from the one adjacent. "Hello? Can you keep it down, please?" I called out, hoping to catch the attention of whoever was making the racket. There was no response, just more banging. I sighed, grabbed my robe, and decided to head to the front desk to complain. As I walked down the hallway, I passed room 214, the source of the noise. The door was closed, but the sound was unmistakably coming from inside. I quickened my pace and descended the creaky staircase to the lobby. The receptionist looked up from her book as I approached. "Is everything all right, sir?" "Not really," I replied, trying to keep my frustration in check. "There's a lot of noise coming from the room next to mine. It sounds like someone's banging on the walls." She frowned. "Room 214. "Yes, that's the one." Her expression grew more concerned. "I'll send someone to check it out right away. I'm really sorry for the disturbance." I nodded and returned to my room, hoping the issue would be resolved quickly. I lay back down, staring at the ceiling and listening to the muffled sounds of the hotel. The banging had stopped and I started to relax, thinking it was over. But a few minutes later it resumed, louder and more frantic than before. Determined to get to the bottom of it, I decided to investigate myself. I grabbed my flashlight and stepped into the hallway. The noise was louder now, almost desperate. I stood in front of room 214 and knocked on the door. "Hello? Is everything all right there?" I called out. There was no response, just the incessant banging. I tried the doorknob, but it was locked. Feeling a mix of worry and irritation, I ran back to the lobby to find the receptionist. She was on the phone, but as soon as she saw me, she hung up and came over. "It's still happening," I said. "Can you please open the door? Something's not right." She nodded, grabbed a set of keys from behind the desk, and followed me back upstairs. We reached room 214, and she unlocked the door. As it swung open, the noise stopped abruptly. Inside, the room was dark and silent, except for the faint sound of someone sobbing. I shone my flashlight around and saw a figure huddled in the corner, shaking. It was a middle-aged man, his face pale and his eyes wide with fear. "Are you okay?" the receptionist asked gently, stepping into the room. The man looked up, tears streaming down his face. "I've been trapped in here for hours," he said, his voice trembling. "The door wouldn't open, and I couldn't get anyone to hear me." The receptionist quickly moved to his side, helping him to his feet. "I'm so sorry," she said, her voice filled with concern. "We'll get you out of here and make sure you're all right." As they left the room, I stayed behind, trying to piece together what had happened. The lock on the door appeared to be faulty, and the man must have accidentally locked himself in. The staff had clearly failed to address the issue promptly, leaving him in a state of panic. I returned to my room, the adrenaline slowly wearing off. The banging noise had stopped, replaced by an unsettling silence. I lay down, but sleep eluded me. The thought of the distressed guest haunted me, and I couldn't shake the feeling that the hotel's charm had been replaced by a sense of unease. The next morning I checked out, still shaken by the night's events. The receptionist apologized profusely and assured me that they would address the maintenance issues immediately. I nodded, thanked her, and left the hotel, vowing never to return. As I drove away, I couldn't help but glance back at the old building. It stood there, a silent witness to countless stories, some charming, others unsettling. I knew that the memory of that night would stay with me, a reminder of how quickly a peaceful evening could turn into a haunting experience. Story 8. I was overcharged for my stay, and despite repeated complaints, the hotel refused to correct the bill. It took several weeks and numerous calls before I managed to get the charges reversed. The vacation to the serene lakeside resort was supposed to be a break from my busy work life. Nestled in the heart of a quaint town, the resort promised peace, relaxation, and an escape from the daily grind. I arrived with high expectations and a yearning for tranquility. The check-in process was seamless. The receptionist greeted me with a warm smile, handed me my room key, and wished me a pleasant stay. I had booked a lakeside room, and as I entered, the breathtaking view of the lake glistening under the sun immediately lifted my spirits. I spent my days hiking, reading by the lake, and enjoying the resort's amenities. The staff was courteous, and the food at the resort's restaurant was exceptional. However, as the end of my stay approached, a shadow of anxiety crept in. On my final night, I decided to review my bill. To my dismay, I noticed several discrepancies. Charges for meals I hadn't eaten, services I hadn't used, and an additional night's stay were all listed. I immediately went down to the reception to resolve the issue. "Excuse me, there seem to be several errors on my bill," I said, showing the receptionist the charges in question. She glanced at the bill and then at her computer screen. "I'm sorry, sir, but these charges are what we have on record for your stay. I haven't eaten at the restaurant on those dates, and I didn't book any spa services. And I'm supposed to check out tomorrow, not the day after," I explained, trying to stay calm. "I understand, sir. Let me check with my manager," she replied. After a few minutes of waiting, the manager arrived, but he was less than helpful. "Our records indicate these charges are correct," he said curtly. "But there's clearly a mistake," I insisted. "I can show you receipts and my itinerary." "Sir, our system is accurate. If you have any issues, you can contact our billing department after you check out," he said dismissively, and walked away. Frustrated, I returned to my room and tried to relax, but the thought of being overcharged gnawed at me. The next morning, I checked out and received the same unhelpful response from the billing department. Determined to resolve the issue, I decided to handle it after returning home. The following weeks were a blur of phone calls and emails. Each time I called, I was transferred from one department to another, and my complaints were met with indifference or outright denial. I meticulously documented every call and email, hoping it would help me build a case. "Hello, this is Jennifer from the billing department. How can I assist you today?" a voice said on one of my countless calls. Hi, Jennifer. I've been overcharged for my stay at your resort, and I've been trying to get it resolved for weeks. Here are the incorrect charges. I detailed the discrepancies once again. Sir, our records show that these charges are valid, she said, echoing the same refrain I had heard so many times before. Jennifer, I have proof that I didn't incur these charges. I can send you my receipts and itinerary, I pleaded. Please hold, she said. The line went silent for what felt like an eternity. When she returned, her tone had softened slightly. I see there might be a mistake. I will escalate this to our senior billing officer. Please expect a call within the next 48 hours. 48 hours turned into a week with no response. My patience was wearing thin. I decided to escalate the issue myself, drafting a detailed email to the resort's corporate headquarters and attaching all my evidence. To my surprise, I received a response the next day. Dear Mr. Anderson, we apologize for the inconvenience caused by this billing error. We are investigating the issue and will resolve it promptly. Thank you for your patience. Finally, it seemed like someone was taking my complaint seriously. A few days later, I received a call from the senior billing officer. Mr. Anderson, after reviewing your case, we've identified the errors. We apologize for the inconvenience and have reversed the incorrect charges. You should see the refund within the next few business days. Relief washed over me. Thank you for finally resolving this. It's been quite an ordeal, I said, my frustration giving way to gratitude. Again, we apologize for the inconvenience. We value your feedback and will ensure this doesn't happen again, she assured me. True to their word, the refund appeared in my account a few days later. What should have been a minor issue had turned into a prolonged battle, but persistence had paid off. As I look back on the ordeal, I realized the importance of standing up for oneself and the value of meticulous documentation. My vacation had ended on a stressful note, but at least justice had been served. Story 9. Traveling for work always carried a mix of excitement and dread. New places, new faces, and often new experiences, good and bad. This particular trip had been arduous, with a delayed flight and lost luggage. By the time I arrived at the hotel, I was exhausted and just wanted to relax in the comfort of a clean room. Unfortunately, that was too much to ask. I dragged my suitcase through the lobby, my footsteps echoing on the polished tiles. The receptionist barely glanced up from her phone, sliding the key card across the counter with a muttered room number. I trudged to the elevator, too tired to notice the worn carpet and flickering lights. When I reached my floor, the dimly lit hallway seemed endless. My room was at the far end, a corner room that promised peace and quiet. As I opened the door, a musty smell hit me, and I hesitated, wondering if I had the wrong room. The key card confirmed it room 325. The sight that greeted me was appalling. The bed was unmade, sheets tangled and stained with God knows what. Pillows were scattered on the floor, one of them sporting a suspicious-looking brown mark. The waste bins were overflowing with trash, empty cans, fast food wrappers, and used tissues. The bathroom door was ajar, revealing a sink full of hair and a mirror smudged with fingerprints. I could hardly believe my eyes. I stepped back into the hallway, my mind racing. Surely there had been a mistake. Perhaps the cleaning staff had overlooked this room. I headed back to the lobby, trying to compose myself. The receptionist looked up with mild annoyance as I approached. "Excuse me," I said, keeping my voice steady. "There's been a mistake. My room hasn't been cleaned." She raised an eyebrow and sighed, as if I were a major inconvenience. "What room were you in?" "Room 325. She tapped a few keys on her computer and frowned. "It says here the room was cleaned this morning." I shook my head. It definitely wasn't. The bed is unmade, the trash is overflowing, and the bathroom is filthy. She sighed again, louder this time. I'll send someone up to take a look. I waited in the lobby, trying to stay calm. 10 minutes later, a housekeeper appeared, her expression as weary as mine. She followed me to the room, her cleaning cart squeaking with every step. As soon as she saw the state of the room, her eyes widened. "I'm so sorry, sir. This room should have been cleaned hours ago. I don't know how this happened." Relieved that someone finally acknowledged the problem, I nodded. "Can you please clean it now?" She nodded and set to work immediately, stripping the bed and emptying the bins. I left her to it, heading back to the lobby to wait. The receptionist was still engrossed in her phone, paying me no mind. Half an hour later, the housekeeper reappeared, looking exhausted but satisfied. "It's all set now, sir. I hope it meets your expectations." "Thank you," I said, genuinely grateful for her help. I returned to the room, and while it was now cleaner, the musty smell lingered. I opened a window, letting in the cool evening air. Exhausted, I sank onto the freshly made bed, hoping to get some rest before my early meeting the next day. Just as I was drifting off, my phone rang. It was the hotel manager, calling to apologize for the inconvenience. "We're very sorry about the state of your room, sir. We hope this won't affect your stay with us. Please let us know if there's anything else we can do." I appreciated the gesture, but the damage was done. I thanked him and hung up, too tired to argue or demand further compensation. All I wanted was sleep. Morning came too quickly, and I awoke feeling only marginally rested. I went to take a shower, only to find that the water pressure was barely a trickle. Frustrated, I washed as best as I could and dressed for my meeting. At the hotel breakfast buffet, I encountered several other guests who were equally disgruntled. One woman complained about a broken air conditioner, while a man grumbled about his noisy neighbors. It seemed I wasn't the only one having a rough stay. After my meeting, I returned to the hotel, dreading another night in the musty room. As I walked through the lobby, I noticed a new receptionist at the front desk. She greeted me with a warm smile, a stark contrast to the previous one. "Good afternoon, sir. How was your day?" "Long," I replied. And to be honest, my room wasn't in the best condition when I arrived last night. Her smile faded. "I'm very sorry to hear that. Let me see what I can do for you." Within minutes, she had arranged for me to move to a different room, a suite, no less. I thanked her, relieved that someone was finally taking my concerns seriously. The suite was a world apart from my previous room. It was spacious, clean, and smelled fresh. I sank into the plush bed, feeling a weight lift off my shoulders. This was more like it. That night, as I drifted off to sleep, I reflected on the importance of good customer service. A simple apology and a swift resolution could make all the difference in a guest's experience. Though my stay had started poorly, the hotel staff's efforts to make amends had restored my faith. Tomorrow was a new day, and I was finally ready to face it. Story 10. It was supposed to be a routine business trip, a few days in the city for meetings and conferences. I checked into the Grand Plaza Hotel, a place known for its elegance and service. The lobby was all polished marble and glittering chandeliers, a picture of opulence. Little did I know, this stay would be memorable for all the wrong reasons. I had just returned from a long day of meetings, my mind buzzing with the day's discussions and tomorrow's plans. Exhaustion weighed on me as I stepped into the elevator, pressing the button for the 10th floor. The doors slid shut with a soft whoosh, and the elevator began its smooth ascent. Or so I thought. Midway between the 7th and 8th floors, There was a sudden jarring halt. The lights flickered, and the elevator shuddered violently before coming to a complete stop. I blinked, momentarily disoriented, then reached for the emergency button. I pressed it once, then twice, but there was no reassuring beep, no connection to a human voice, nothing. Panic started to creep in. I pressed all the buttons, desperate for any sign of life. Still nothing. My phone, a constant companion, was sitting uselessly at the bottom of my bag. When I pulled it out, there was no signal. I was well and truly trapped. I banged on the walls and shouted for help, hoping that someone outside might hear me. Minutes stretched into what felt like hours. The air in the elevator grew stuffy and warm, and my breathing became shallow. Anxiety gnawed at my insides. I slid down to the floor, trying to calm my racing heart and think rationally. Time passed slowly. I had no idea how long I had been stuck when I finally heard a faint noise from above. Footsteps, then muffled voices. Relief surged through me. I banged on the door again, shouting, "Hello, can anyone hear me?" The voices grew louder. "Hang on, we're here to help," someone called. The reassurance in that voice was like a balm to my frazzled nerves. I waited, heart pounding, as the voices discussed how to get the doors open. After what felt like an eternity, the doors finally creaked open a few inches, and I saw the concerned face of a hotel staff member peering in. "Are you okay?" he asked, straining to see me in the dim light. "I think so," I replied, trying to keep my voice steady. "Just get me out of here." It took another 20 minutes of prying and pulling before the doors finally opened wide enough for me to squeeze through. I emerged into the corridor shaky and disoriented, but immensely relieved to be free. The hotel staff member, whose name tag read James, apologized profusely. "I'm so sorry this happened. We've been having some issues with the elevators, but nothing like this." I stared at him in disbelief. "You knew there were issues, and you didn't warn anyone." James looked genuinely contrite. "I assure you we had no idea it could get this bad. Please, let me take you to the manager. We'll make sure this is taken care of." I followed him to the manager's office, where I was met with more apologies and reassurances. The manager, a tall woman with a stern expression, listened as I recounted my ordeal. "I'm deeply sorry for your experience," she said, her tone professional but lacking warmth. "We'll be investigating this thoroughly. In the meantime, we'd like to offer you a complimentary stay and a meal voucher for our restaurant." I nodded, though the offer felt like a hollow gesture. What I wanted was an explanation, a guarantee that this wouldn't happen again. But as the manager continued to speak, it became clear that no such guarantees were forthcoming. The rest of my stay at the Grand Plaza was uneventful, but the memory of those harrowing moments in the elevator stayed with me. I found myself avoiding elevators whenever possible, opting for the stairs despite the extra effort. The hotel's luxurious facade had been irreparably tarnished by that one terrifying experience. When I checked out, the manager assured me again that the issue was being addressed. "We've had engineers in to inspect the elevator," she said. "We're confident it won't happen again." But as I left the Grand Plaza, I couldn't shake the feeling that their assurances were more for show than substance. The hotel's reputation might recover, but my trust in it had been irrevocably broken. Back home, I shared my experience with friends and colleagues, cautioning them about the dangers of taking safety for granted. The Grand Plaza might have been a beacon of luxury, but beneath the surface it harbored a flaw that nearly cost me dearly. In the end, I learned a valuable lesson. Sometimes, even the most polished exteriors can hide troubling secrets. Story 11. When I arrived at the old Millstone Hotel for my week-long conference, I was looking forward to a straightforward stay. The hotel had a charming, vintage facade that hinted at a bygone era of luxury. The front desk clerk greeted me warmly and handed me a key card for room 217, located on the second floor. Exhausted from the drive, I thanked her and headed up to my room. The hallway was dimly lit and carried a faint, musty odor. The air felt stale, and the wallpaper, once elegant, was now peeling and faded. I finally reached my room and swiped the key card. The lock clicked, and I pushed the door open, expecting to find a cozy space to unwind. What I saw inside was far from what I had anticipated. The room was shrouded in thick layers of dust, the kind that makes you sneeze just by looking at it. Cobwebs hung from the corners of the ceiling, and the air was heavy with neglect. The furniture was outdated and in various states of disrepair. The once stately armchair was frayed and torn. The wooden dresser was scratched and chipped, and the bed, though covered with clean sheets, seemed to sag in the middle. Confused, I stepped further in, my footsteps crunching on the dust-covered carpet. I took in the grim sight: an old, faded rug, a cracked mirror above a sink that hadn't been used in years, and a window that looked out onto a derelict part of the city. The room's unkempt state contrasted starkly with the polished lobby I had entered just minutes before. I immediately went back to the front desk. The same clerk, who now seemed distracted by a stack of paperwork, looked up as I approached. "Excuse me," I said, trying to keep my frustration in check, "but there seems to be a mix-up. The room you gave me is in terrible shape. It looks like it hasn't been used in years." The clerk's eyebrows knitted together in confusion. "Room 217? That shouldn't be possible. It's been reserved for you." "Yes, and I don't think it's suitable for anyone to stay in," I replied, trying to stay calm. "Can you assign me a different room?" The clerk picked up the phone and made a brief call. After a few minutes of hushed conversation, she put the phone down and offered a half-hearted apology. "It seems there was a mistake. Room 217 shouldn't have been assigned. I'll get you another room. I'm very sorry for the inconvenience." I was given a new key card for room 305, located on the 5th floor. This room was noticeably better cleaned, well-furnished, and generally more in line with what I had expected. I sighed with relief and settled in, hoping the previous mishap was just a one-off error. The next morning, I couldn't shake the unsettling feeling from the night before. During breakfast in the hotel's dining area, I overheard snippets of conversation from other guests. They were discussing renovations and maintenance issues, and I began to wonder if the millstone was struggling with its upkeep. Determined to make the most of my trip, I focused on my conference and meetings. However, every time I walked past the hallway leading to room 217, I couldn't help but glance at the closed door. It seemed almost ominously quiet, as if it was waiting for something or someone. On the third day during a break, I decided to investigate the area around room 217. The door was slightly ajar, and curiosity got the better of me. I nudged it open and peeked inside. To my surprise, the room appeared even more abandoned than before. The dust had settled thicker, and the furniture seemed to be decaying further. It was as though time had stopped the moment I left. I noticed a peculiar detail: a framed photograph on the dresser, half buried under dust. I wiped it off and saw an old picture of the hotel's exterior from decades ago. The image showed a bustling entrance, a stark contrast to the empty shell I was looking at. As I stood there, a chill ran down my spine. The room had an eerie, almost spectral quality. The feeling of abandonment was palpable, and it seemed as if the room had been frozen in time. Later that day, I asked the clerk about the room again, hoping to get some answers. Why was room 217 in such a state? It seemed like it hadn't been used in years. The clerk's expression shifted to one of mild discomfort. "I'm not sure what you saw. The room should have been maintained." I pressed further. Did something happen there? Is there a reason why it was so neglected?" She hesitated before responding. "There have been some issues with that room in the past. It's been out of service for a while, but it seems someone made a mistake. I assure you it's not a standard occurrence." Her vague response left me unsatisfied. My curiosity, combined with the unsettling experience, led me to investigate the hotel's history online. I discovered that the Millstone had faced several financial difficulties over the years and had been the subject of various renovation projects. Room 217, it seemed, was a casualty of these struggles, a forgotten relic that had slipped through the cracks. The rest of my stay was uneventful, but the experience left a lasting impression. The abandoned room and its hidden history added an eerie layer to what should have been a simple business trip. As I checked out, I couldn't shake the feeling that room 217 held secrets that the hotel staff might have preferred to keep buried. The Millstone Hotel eventually closed for good, a victim of its own neglect and the changing times. I often think back to that eerie room and the strange sense of unease it brought me. It was a stark reminder that even in places where we expect comfort and familiarity, there can be hidden corners filled with unsettling mysteries. Story 12. Arriving at the upscale hotel, I was relieved to finally escape the chaos of my long business trip. The lobby was pristine, the staff cordial, and the check-in process smooth. My room, on the 15th floor, offered a stunning view of the city skyline. It was exactly what I needed, a quiet place to unwind and catch up on work before heading to a crucial meeting the next day. But when I opened the door to my room, I immediately noticed something off. The lock seemed loose, and the keycard didn't click with its usual precision. The door creaked as I pushed it open, and I saw that the lock mechanism was barely functional. It could barely secure the door. I sighed, figuring it was a minor inconvenience that would be quickly resolved. I called the front desk, reporting the issue and requesting a repair. The receptionist assured me that someone would come up shortly to fix it. Relieved, I went about settling into the room, unpacking my things, and preparing for an early start the next day. However, when I returned to the room later that evening, I found the lock still in disrepair. The door barely latched shut, and I could push it open with minimal effort. This was not acceptable, especially since I had left some sensitive work documents and personal items in the room. I called the front desk again, expressing my concern about the broken lock and my need for it to be repaired immediately. The response was frustratingly slow. A maintenance worker eventually showed up, but only fiddled with the lock for a few minutes. He assured me that it was secure and left, but when I tested it, I found it still didn't work properly. I expressed my dissatisfaction to the front desk once more, but they only promised to send someone else the next day. As the days went by, my anxiety grew. Each time I returned to the room, I found the same issues with the lock. I started carrying my valuables with me everywhere, including my laptop, important documents, and even a small safe I had brought along. It felt absurd and inconvenient, but I had no other choice. The lock issue left me feeling exposed and vulnerable. My frustration mounted as I continued to receive assurances from the hotel staff that the lock would be fixed by the end of the day or tomorrow morning. Each promise seemed to be made to pacify me rather than address the real issue. It became clear that the hotel management was either indifferent or overwhelmed with other concerns, leaving my safety and comfort as a low priority. One night, I returned to my room after a particularly grueling day of meetings. To my dismay, the lock was as dysfunctional as ever. It was clear that no real attempt had been made to resolve the problem. I was infuriated and felt deeply insecure. The situation was unacceptable, and I decided to escalate the issue. I drafted a formal complaint and went down to the front desk to speak with a manager. The lobby was busy, and the staff seemed preoccupied, but I persisted. I explained the severity of the issue and how the broken lock was impacting my stay. The manager, a woman named Karen, listened carefully and appeared genuinely concerned. She assured me that she would personally oversee the repair and take my complaints seriously. The following day, Karen personally visited my room. She was accompanied by a skilled locksmith who finally managed to fix the lock properly. The new mechanism felt robust and secure, and for the first time in days I felt a sense of relief. Karen apologized profusely for the inconvenience and offered a complimentary meal at the hotel's restaurant as compensation. While the repair was a welcome resolution, the entire experience had left a mark. My stay at the hotel, meant to be a retreat from the demands of travel, had turned into a source of stress and insecurity. I felt that the hotel had failed to uphold its responsibility to ensure the safety and comfort of its guests. The broken lock incident was more than a minor inconvenience, it was a breach of trust. The issue with the lock had highlighted a critical flaw in the hotel's management and customer service. It was clear that they were ill-equipped to handle urgent maintenance requests effectively. The incident underscored the importance of addressing such issues promptly, especially when they pertain to guest safety. As I prepared to check out, I was grateful for the repair but wary of the experience as a whole. Karen's efforts were appreciated, but they came too late to salvage the quality of my stay. I left the hotel with a mix of relief and lingering frustration, knowing that while the lock was fixed, the sense of safety I had hoped for had been compromised. The experience served as a reminder of the importance of vigilance and persistence when it comes to personal security. It also reinforced my belief that hotels and service providers must prioritize the safety and well-being of their guests, addressing issues swiftly and effectively to maintain trust and ensure a positive experience. Story 13. When I arrived at the small, quaint hotel on the edge of town, I was relieved to find a charming and peaceful place to unwind after a long day of travel. The lobby had an old-world charm, complete with vintage furniture and soft, warm lighting. The receptionist, a kindly older woman, greeted me with a smile and handed me the key to room 207. The room itself was cozy, with a large, comfortable bed and a large window that let in the soft evening light. I unpacked my things and settled in, eager to relax. The hotel had an old-fashioned phone mounted on the wall near the bed, which I assumed would come in handy if I needed to call for room service or if I encountered any issues. As the evening wore on, I decided to call for some room service. I picked up the receiver and was met with an unsettling silence. I tried again, but the same deadline greeted me. Assuming it was just a temporary issue, I decided to call the front desk to report the problem. The phone rang for a while before someone answered, their voice crackling over the line. "Front desk, how can I help you?" "Hi, this is room 207. The phone in my room doesn't seem to be working. I was hoping to order some dinner," I explained. There was a moment of silence on the other end before the receptionist responded. "I'm sorry to hear that. We'll send someone to check it out right away." After a short wait, a maintenance worker arrived at my door. He inspected the phone, fiddling with the cords and connections. "It looks like there's a minor issue with the line," he said. "It should be fixed soon." I thanked him and closed the door, but as the hours passed, there was no improvement. The phone remained disconnected, leaving me feeling increasingly uneasy. It wasn't just about ordering dinner, the phone was a vital means of communication in case of an emergency. I decided to head down to the front desk to express my concerns in person. When I arrived, the receptionist greeted me with the same warm smile, but her expression changed when I explained the situation. "I understand your frustration," she said. "The phone issue is a minor technical glitch, and it will be resolved shortly. We've had some trouble with the lines lately, but it's nothing serious. I tried to voice my concerns about safety, explaining that having a non-functioning phone in the room made me feel vulnerable. The receptionist nodded sympathetically but assured me that it was a rare occurrence and that they were working to fix it. Despite her reassurances, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. I spent the rest of the evening feeling uneasy, constantly aware of the disconnected phone. The quiet of the hotel seemed to amplify my anxiety, and I found myself jumping at every sound. I kept my cell phone close, but its signal was weak in the remote area. As the night wore on, I decided to go to bed, though sleep came fitfully. My mind raced with thoughts of what could go wrong if I needed help and couldn't get through. I kept the lights on and the door slightly ajar, just in case. Around midnight, I heard a faint noise outside my door. My heart raced as I listened intently. It was a soft shuffling sound, almost like footsteps. I held my breath, straining to hear more. The noise seemed to come closer, then stopped abruptly. I waited, but there was no further sound. I mustered the courage to check the peephole, but saw nothing out of the ordinary. Still, the incident left me feeling on edge. I spent the rest of the night in a state of restless alertness, unable to fully relax. The next morning, I went down to the front desk again to check out. The receptionist was still there, and I couldn't help but feel a pang of frustration as I recounted my unsettling experience. "I'm really sorry about the phone issue," she said. "We're still working on getting it fixed." I nodded, though I wasn't entirely satisfied. "I appreciate your efforts, but I hope you understand that it felt like a serious safety concern." The receptionist's expression softened. "I understand. I'll make sure to bring this up with the management." As I left the hotel, I couldn't shake the feeling of unease. The disconnected phone was more than just an inconvenience. It had been a stark reminder of the vulnerabilities we often overlook. I drove away with a renewed sense of caution, acutely aware of the importance of being prepared for emergencies and the necessity of reliable communication, no matter where you are. In the days that followed, I shared my experience with friends and family, hoping to raise awareness about the importance of addressing even minor safety issues in hotel accommodations. The disconnected phone had been a small glitch, but it had a big impact on my sense of security. Story 14. I was a creature of habit when it came to traveling. My preference was always to stay in familiar hotels where I knew the service and the comfort were consistent. So when I checked into the Riverview Hotel for my weekend getaway, I felt a sense of ease. The Riverview, with its quaint charm and views of the river, was the perfect escape from my hectic city life. The check-in process was smooth. The receptionist, a friendly young woman named Emily, greeted me with a warm smile and handed me my key card. I glanced at the registration form on the desk, where my name was neatly printed. It was just the start of a relaxing weekend. As I settled into my room, I noticed a peculiar envelope on the desk. It was addressed to a guest with a name strikingly similar to mine, J. Parker. My heart skipped a beat. The envelope was marked confidential and looked official. Curious, I decided to take it to the front desk to find out what was going on. Emily looked puzzled as she took the envelope from me. "Oh, that's odd," she said, rifling through a stack of guest records. "We don't have a J. Parker checked in at the moment." I felt a twinge of unease. "Are you sure? The envelope was clearly left in my room." Emily nodded. "I'll look into it right away. I'm sorry for the mix-up." A few hours later, Emily approached me with an apologetic expression. I checked with the mailroom, and it seems there was a clerical error. A guest with a similar name to yours was checked in, but they've been staying with us for months. The mail probably got misdirected. Despite Emily's assurances, the situation felt increasingly odd. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Out of curiosity, I decided to do a little digging. I headed down to the hotel's lounge, where I found a guest directory book in a corner table. It was a public record, and as I leafed through it, I found an entry for J. Parker. The directory revealed that this guest had been staying at the Riverview Hotel for several months, a detail that was both surprising and unsettling. I couldn't help but wonder why someone would stay in a hotel for such an extended period. I asked Emily if she had any more information about this J. Parker, but she seemed reluctant to share details. "I'm afraid I can't disclose personal information about other guests," she said, her tone evasive. As the days passed, the mystery surrounding the other J. Parker began to gnaw at me. I noticed little things that only added to my discomfort. For instance, the housekeeper seemed to be avoiding my room, and I overheard snippets of conversation among the hotel staff about a long-term resident that they seemed to discuss with a hint of secrecy. One evening, as I was returning to my room, I saw a figure darting around the corner of the hall, a fleeting glimpse of someone who looked remarkably like me. My heart raced as I tried to catch up, but when I reached the end of the hallway, the figure had vanished. Determined to uncover the truth, I decided to investigate further. I managed to access the hotel's public records, which were available in a small office near the lobby. After some convincing, the clerk allowed me to review the logbook. My eyes widened when I saw multiple entries for J. Parker, some of which were dated months back, showing continuous occupancy. My unease turned into genuine concern. I decided to confront Emily one last time. She seemed hesitant, but finally admitted, "The guest with a similar name has been a long-term resident, but their stay is somewhat unusual. It's been under special circumstances, and we've been instructed to limit information about their stay." With the pieces of the puzzle falling into place, I decided to visit the guest's room. I approached the door of J. Parker, trying to ignore the apprehension building within me. I knocked softly, and after a few moments, the door creaked open. A man wearing a worn suit and looking somewhat disheveled peered out. His eyes met mine, and he appeared taken aback. "Can I help you?" he asked. I introduced myself and explained the situation, the confusion with the mail, the similarity in names, and my curiosity about his extended stay. The man's expression softened, and he invited me in. Inside the room, I was greeted with an unexpected sight. The room was sparsely decorated, with a few personal belongings scattered around. The man introduced himself as Jonathan Parker, explaining that he had been a guest at the hotel for personal reasons related to ongoing legal issues. He had requested privacy and preferred to stay out of the public eye. He was understanding about my curiosity and even shared some details about his situation, though he remained guarded about specific personal matters. His story was intriguing, but also hinted at underlying complexities. As I left Jonathan's room, I felt a mix of relief and residual unease. The Riverview Hotel was a place of comfort, but the mystery of the other J. Parker had added an unexpected twist to my stay. I returned to my own room, reflecting on the peculiar encounter. By the time I checked out, I had grown accustomed to the oddity of the situation. The Riverview Hotel remained a favorite of mine, but I left with a sense of having been part of a peculiar chapter in its history. The mystery of the other J. Parker would linger in my mind, a reminder of the strange and unsettling experiences that can unfold even in the most familiar places. Story 15. The early morning sun was just beginning to filter through the sheer curtains when I returned to my hotel room after a long day of meetings. I was looking forward to a quiet evening and some rest. However, as soon as I walked in, I noticed something was off. The room, usually immaculately tidy, seemed different. My neatly arranged belongings were now in disarray. My heart sank as I stepped further inside, and a sense of dread settled over me. My suitcase, which I had left closed and secured, was now slightly open. Items that had been carefully packed were scattered across the bed. I could see that my personal effects, including my laptop bag and toiletries, had been rifled through. My stomach churned as I looked around, finding that my wallet, which had been tucked safely away, was now partially open. I tried to stay calm, but anxiety bubbled up. I immediately checked for missing items, my mind racing through a list of valuables I'd brought. Fortunately, nothing appeared to be stolen, but the invasion of privacy was unsettling. I grabbed my phone and dialed the front desk. "I need to speak to someone about an issue with housekeeping," I said, my voice tight. "It looks like my personal items were gone through while I was out." A young woman on the other end of the line sounded apologetic. "I'm so sorry to hear that. I'll send someone up right away to address this." It didn't take long for the head housekeeper to arrive. She was a stern-looking woman in her late 40s with a no-nonsense demeanor. I showed her the state of the room and explained the situation. "I assure you, our staff is highly trained and professional," she said with a dismissive wave. "There must be some misunderstanding. I'll review the situation with the housekeeper who cleaned your room." Her response did little to soothe my nerves. I felt like I was being brushed off, but I was eager to resolve the situation, so I accepted her assurances and returned to my room. The rest of the evening was spent in uneasy restlessness, my mind fixated on the intrusion. The next morning I headed down to the front desk to follow up. The same young woman greeted me, her expression sympathetic. "I spoke to the housekeeper assigned to your room," she said. "She denies any wrongdoing. However, I've informed her that this is a serious matter." I wasn't satisfied with the response, but decided to leave it at that for the moment. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong, so I began to investigate. I reached out to other guests in the hotel, striking up casual conversations with those I encountered in the lobby and common areas. To my dismay, I learned that similar issues had been reported by several others. One guest, an elderly woman staying on the same floor, mentioned that she had found her jewelry missing after housekeeping had visited her room. Another guest, a young couple, discovered their personal items rifled through, although nothing appeared to be stolen. They had reported it, but like me, felt their concerns were dismissed. I took detailed notes of these incidents and decided to speak with the hotel management again. Armed with this new information, I requested a meeting with the general manager, hoping to escalate the issue. The meeting was tense. The general manager, a well-dressed man with a carefully maintained calm, listened to my complaints with a practiced politeness. "I understand your concerns," he said after I presented the information I had gathered. "However, without concrete evidence, it's difficult to take definitive action. We will continue to monitor the situation closely." He assured me that the housekeeper in question was being closely supervised, but his words did little to ease my concerns. I felt like I was fighting an uphill battle, and the situation left me feeling vulnerable and exposed. The next few days were a blur of unease. I kept a close eye on my belongings and took extra precautions to ensure my valuables were secure. I also began to document everything meticulously, hoping to build a stronger case if further incidents occurred. In the end, my stay at the hotel was marred by the feeling of intrusion and mistrust. I made sure to leave a detailed review online, describing my experience and warning potential guests. I hoped that by sharing my story, I could prevent others from facing the same unsettling situation. When I returned home, I took steps to ensure my personal security. I invested in travel locks and used a portable safe for my valuables. The experience had taught me a harsh lesson about personal security and vigilance, especially when staying away from home. The case of the prying housekeeper remained unresolved in my mind, a reminder of the breach of trust I had experienced. Despite the hotel's reassurances, the sense of invasion lingered, a reminder of how easily privacy can be violated, even in seemingly secure environments. Story 16. I arrived at the hotel after a long day of traveling, relieved to finally be at my destination. The lobby was bright and welcoming, a stark contrast to the exhaustion I felt. After checking in and receiving my room key, I made my way to the third floor, eager to settle in for the night. Little did I know that my stay would soon take a turn for the worse. As I unlocked the door to my room, I was greeted by a familiar but unwelcome sight. The room was as bland and uninspired as any other generic hotel room. The bed was made, the curtains drawn, and the air conditioning humming softly. I tossed my suitcase onto the bed and headed to the bathroom to freshen up. That's when I noticed the foul odor. At first it was faint, barely detectable over the stale air. But as I turned on the bathroom light and moved closer to the sink, the smell grew stronger. It was a putrid, sickly sweet stench, like a mix of rotting meat and stagnant water. I wrinkled my nose and stepped back, trying to pinpoint the source. I examined the bathroom, but everything seemed in order. The sink, toilet, and shower were clean, with no visible signs of trouble. I tried to ignore the smell, attributing it to some temporary issue. Maybe it was just a one-time thing. I hoped it would dissipate on its own. That night, as I lay in bed, the smell seemed to permeate the entire room, making it impossible to sleep. I tossed and turned, my mind racing with thoughts of mold and plumbing issues. Finally, around midnight, I decided to call the front desk and report the problem. The receptionist, a young woman with a tired voice, assured me that someone would come to check it out. I thanked her and tried to return to sleep, but the odor was relentless. Every time I closed my eyes, I was reminded of the stench seeping into my dreams. The next morning, I woke up feeling drained. The smell had not improved, and I was desperate for a solution. I called the front desk again, and this time a maintenance person came to my room. He inspected the bathroom and nodded, saying he'd look into it. He promised to send someone over to resolve the issue. The day passed uneventfully, but the smell remained. I continued to complain, but each time the response was the same: someone would be sent to fix it. But no one ever came. I was growing increasingly frustrated, feeling like my complaints were falling on deaf ears. By the second evening, I had had enough. I went to the front desk and demanded to speak to the manager. The receptionist reluctantly called him, and a man in his late 40s with a graying beard and a weary expression soon appeared. "Good evening," he said, shaking my hand. "I understand you've been having some issues with your room." "Yes," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "The smell is unbearable. I've complained several times, but nothing's been done." The manager's expression grew serious. "I'm sorry to hear that. Let's take a look." We went to my room together, and the manager's face tightened as the stench hit him. "That is quite unpleasant," he said. "I'll get to the bottom of this immediately." He made a call and left, promising to return with an update. I hoped this time would be different. An hour later, he returned with a maintenance crew and a plumber. They set to work, inspecting the bathroom with a level of attention that I hadn't seen before. As the plumber examined the pipes, he found something troubling. "This is a serious issue," he said, turning to the manager. "The plumbing here hasn't been properly maintained in years. There's a major blockage, and the odor is from rotting waste." The manager's face went pale. "How long has this been a problem?" "It's hard to say," the plumber replied. "But from the looks of it, this hasn't been addressed in a long time." The manager nodded, looking distressed. "I'll get this fixed right away. I'm deeply sorry for the inconvenience." The plumber and his team worked diligently, and after a few hours, the smell finally began to fade. I was relieved but also angry. The problem had clearly been neglected for a long time, and I couldn't believe how long it had taken for someone to take it seriously. The next morning, the manager came to apologize personally. "We've taken steps to ensure this doesn't happen again," he said, "and we're offering you a discount on your stay for the trouble." I appreciated the gesture, but the damage had already been done. The foul odor had ruined a significant portion of my stay, and the frustration of dealing with unresponsive staff had left me feeling drained. As I checked out and prepared to leave, I reflected on the experience. The hotel's initial indifference had turned what should have been a relaxing stay into a frustrating ordeal. I hoped that the issue had finally been resolved and that future guests would not have to endure the same unpleasantness. I drove away from the hotel with a sense of relief, eager to put the ordeal behind me. The memory of that foul odor would linger, but I hoped that my next stay would be less eventful and more enjoyable. Story 17. The Grandview Hotel was an elegant relic from another time, nestled in the heart of the historic district. Its grand lobby, with its polished marble floors and crystal chandeliers, gave off an air of sophistication and charm. I had been looking forward to a relaxing stay at the hotel after a long week of work, but that night, things took an unexpected turn. After a delightful dinner at a nearby restaurant, I returned to the hotel feeling content and ready to unwind. I approached the front desk to retrieve my key card, greeted by the same friendly receptionist who had checked me in earlier. She handed me the card with a warm smile and wished me a pleasant evening. I made my way to the elevator, my mind already drifting to the book one had brought with me. The soft hum of the elevator and the familiar clinking of keys created a comforting backdrop as I ascended to the 5th floor. As I reached my room, I fumbled with my key card, inserting it into the lock. But instead of the satisfying click of the door unlocking, the card emitted a red error light. Confused, I tried again, but the result was the same. I sighed and tried the card a few more times. Each attempt met with failure. I glanced around the corridor, hoping someone might pass by who could assist me. After a few minutes of waiting, I decided to head back downstairs to the lobby. I rode the elevator down and approached the front desk. "Excuse me," I said, handing the key card to the receptionist. "I'm having trouble with my room key. It's not working." The receptionist took the card and swiped it through the reader. "It looks like there might be an issue with the card," she said, her brow furrowing. "I'll issue you a new one." I thanked her and sat down in the lobby, trying to remain patient. The minutes ticked by slowly as I watched guests come and go, their footsteps echoing through the grand space. The clock on the wall seemed to crawl, and the comfort of the lobby began to wear thin as the hours stretched on. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the receptionist returned with a new key card. "Here you go," she said. "I've activated this one for you. It should work now." I took the card with a grateful nod and made my way back to the elevator. As I rode up to the 5th floor again, I hoped that this time I would be able to get into my room and relax. Arriving at my door, I inserted the new card into the lock. To my dismay, the red error light blinked once more. My frustration was mounting. I could hear the muffled sounds of the hotel's ambiance from the hallway, but my focus was solely on the malfunctioning lock. I retraced my steps back to the front desk, trying to keep my composure. The receptionist looked up as I approached, her expression showing a hint of concern. "I'm sorry," I said, "but the new key card isn't working either. Could you please check on this?" She nodded and made a call to the hotel's maintenance department. After a brief conversation, she hung up and turned to me. "It looks like we're having some technical difficulties. I'll need to send someone to check the lock. It might take a little while." I settled back into the lobby, my patience wearing thin. The clock continued its relentless march, and the minutes felt like hours. I watched the hotel staff hustle around, each of them absorbed in their own tasks, but none of them seemed to be addressing my problem. Eventually, after another hour had passed, a maintenance worker arrived with a toolkit. He headed towards the elevator, and I followed, hoping he would be able to resolve the issue quickly. The worker inspected the lock on my door, muttering to himself as he worked. After a few minutes of tinkering, he looked up with a perplexed expression. "I'm not sure what's going on," he said. "It seems like the lock is functioning, but the keycard still isn't working." I could feel my frustration bubbling over. "Is there any way to get into my room?" I asked. The maintenance worker glanced at the door, then at me. "I'll have to call this in," he said. "We might need to check the room assignments." He made another call, and soon the receptionist reappeared, looking more than a little flustered. "I'm so sorry for the inconvenience," she said. "It seems there was a mix-up with room assignments. We accidentally assigned your room to another guest." My heart sank. "So what happens now?" She took a deep breath. "We'll need to find a new room for you. I'll personally escort you to a new one and make sure everything is in order." She led me to another floor and opened the door to a different room. It was similar in style to my original one, but lacked the personal touches I had grown accustomed to. I thanked her for her assistance, though the situation had left me feeling unsettled. As I finally settled into the new room, I couldn't shake the sense of frustration and exhaustion. The luxury of the Grandview Hotel had been marred by an unfortunate series of events, and the night that was supposed to be a peaceful escape had become an ordeal. The next morning, I checked out with a mixture of relief and lingering irritation. The receptionist apologized again and offered a discount on my stay, which I appreciated, but it did little to erase the memory of the previous night's troubles. As I left the Grandview Hotel, I couldn't help but reflect on how a simple error had turned a much-anticipated stay into an unexpected adventure. The misplaced key had unlocked more than just a door. It had opened a chapter of frustration and patience that I would not soon forget. Story 18. The charming boutique hotel in the heart of the city was supposed to be a retreat, a perfect blend of comfort and luxury for my weekend getaway. The elegant decor, the promise of excellent service, and the glowing reviews had all led me to believe it would be an ideal choice. However, my expectations were shattered as soon as I entered my suite. The first hint of trouble came when I noticed a small, persistent smell in the bathroom. At first, I dismissed it as a minor inconvenience. I was tired from the long drive and eager to relax. I took a quick shower and decided to head out for dinner, hoping to shake off the unease. When I returned later that evening, the smell had intensified. I turned on the bathroom light and, to my horror, discovered several roaches crawling around the sink and floor. They were not the occasional fleeting insects that one might expect. These were a small army, busy and relentless. My stomach churned and I felt a wave of revulsion. Determined not to let this ruin my stay, I contacted the front desk immediately. The receptionist, though polite, seemed uninterested. "I'm sorry to hear about the issue," she said, "but we're fully booked tonight. I'll inform the manager and have someone check the room in the morning." I tried to sleep despite the unsettling thought of the roaches. As I lay awake, I could hear scuttling noises from the bathroom, which only heightened my discomfort. The next morning, I went down to the front desk to discuss the situation again. "Good morning," I started. "I found roaches in my suite last night. It was quite disturbing." The receptionist nodded. "I apologize for the inconvenience. I'll have the manager contact you as soon as possible." Hours passed, and I received no communication from the management. Frustrated, I decided to take matters into my own hands. I checked out the suite and photographed the roaches, hoping that visual evidence might expedite the process. Upon checking out, I insisted on speaking with the manager. After some persistence, I was finally able to meet with him. He appeared indifferent as I showed him the photos. "I assure you, this is not up to our usual standards," he said, not meeting my eyes. "I will have our pest control team address the issue immediately." I appreciate that, I replied, but I'm still concerned about the lack of response. This really affected my stay. The manager offered a lackluster apology and promised to follow up with me once the pest issue was resolved. Still unsatisfied, I asked for a partial refund, given the circumstances. He hesitated, but eventually he agreed to consider it. Over the next few days, I waited for a resolution. I expected a prompt response, but days turned into a week with no word from the hotel. I decided to escalate the issue, contacting the hotel's corporate office to file a formal complaint. My email detailed the incident, attached photos, and included a request for a partial refund. The response I received was a generic acknowledgement, promising a review of the situation. As another week went by without any real progress, I began calling the corporate office regularly. Each time I was met with apologies and reassurances, but nothing substantive changed. Finally, after a month of persistent follow-ups, I received a call from a representative. "Mr. Anderson, I apologize for the delay. We have reviewed your complaint and the evidence provided. We understand your frustration and would like to offer you a partial refund for the inconvenience." I was relieved but also frustrated by the length of time it had taken to reach this point. "Thank you for addressing this. I hope you understand that this experience has left a sour taste and impacted my overall impression of the hotel." The representative assured me that they were taking steps to prevent such issues in the future and promised to expedite the refund process. True to their word, the partial refund was processed within a few days, though it did little to compensate for the discomfort and stress I had endured. Reflecting on the experience, I realized the importance of persistence in seeking resolution. What should have been a simple issue had turned into a prolonged ordeal, but my determination had finally paid off. It was a harsh lesson in customer service and the importance of standing firm in the face of poor management. Though I eventually received the refund, the experience left me wary of booking hotels that were not transparent about their maintenance and cleanliness standards. What was meant to be a relaxing getaway had turned into a battle for basic comfort, but I resolved to approach future stays with a more discerning eye and a readiness to advocate for my rights as a guest. Story 19. Traveling for business often involves the mundane routine of checking into a hotel, dropping off luggage, and getting to work. But sometimes even the simplest tasks can go awry. That's exactly what happened to me on my recent trip, turning a standard stay into an awkward ordeal I won't soon forget. I arrived at the hotel late in the evening, exhausted from a full day of meetings. The lobby was dimly lit, casting a soft, welcoming glow over the reception desk. The receptionist, a young woman with a tired smile, handed me a room key and directed me to the elevators. I barely glanced at the key card, eager to collapse into bed. Dragging my suitcase down the hall, I found room 417, as indicated on the key card. The door was slightly ajar, and I assumed the housekeeping staff had left it open for ventilation. I pushed the door open, expecting to see a clean, unoccupied room. Instead, I was met with the sight of a couple in the middle of what appeared to be a romantic evening. The room's occupants, a man and a woman, were taken by surprise. The woman shrieked and scrambled to cover herself with a sheet, while the man leapt out of bed, his face flushed with anger and embarrassment. I stood frozen, my face reddening, as I stammered, I'm so sorry. I think I've got the wrong room." The woman's eyes were wide with shock as she grabbed her phone and dialed the front desk. "Someone's just walked into our room. You need to fix this right now." The man was already out of bed, tugging on his clothes with a furious expression. He pointed toward the door, clearly wanting me to leave. I backed out hastily, feeling mortified, and retreated to the hallway. I made my way back to the lobby, my heart pounding. The receptionist was now joined by a manager, a middle-aged man with a serious demeanor. They both looked concerned as I recounted the incident. "I'm really sorry about this," I said, feeling the weight of the awkward situation. I was given the wrong key card. The manager's face was grim as he listened. "This is highly unusual. Let me investigate right away." I watched as he walked briskly toward the elevators, his expression a mix of embarrassment and determination. The receptionist attempted to reassure me. "We'll get this sorted out. I apologize for the inconvenience." I nodded and waited, my anxiety growing as the minutes ticked by. The couple had not yet reappeared in the lobby, and I could only imagine their discomfort. After what felt like an eternity, the manager returned, his demeanor more relaxed. "Everything is sorted now," he said, trying to sound reassuring. "It appears there was a mix-up with the room assignments. I've arranged for you to stay in a different room, and we're offering you a complimentary dinner at our restaurant to make up for the inconvenience." I sighed in relief, though the evening had already been ruined. "Thank you. I appreciate the offer." The manager handed me a new key card and directed me to room 522, a few floors up. The new room was clean and unoccupied, though the tension from earlier still lingered. I settled in, trying to shake off the embarrassment of the evening. As I prepared for bed, my phone buzzed with a call from the hotel's restaurant. It was the manager, who wanted to confirm my dinner reservation. I accepted, though my appetite had been lost in the chaos of the night. The restaurant was a quiet, elegant space, and the staff there seemed genuinely sympathetic, offering me a warm meal and attentive service. But as I dined alone, I couldn't help but replay the events of the evening in my mind. Later, I received a knock on the door. A hotel staff member handed me a small gift basket, a token of apology from the hotel. Inside were chocolates, a bottle of wine, and a handwritten note expressing regret for the unfortunate mix-up. I appreciated the gesture but couldn't shake the feeling of discomfort. The next morning, I found the lobby bustling with activity. The receptionist from the previous night greeted me with an unusually warm smile. "I hope everything was satisfactory," she said. I nodded, though my experience had left a sour taste. "Yes, thank you for sorting it out." As I checked out, the manager approached once more, offering a final apology. "We've reviewed our procedures to ensure this doesn't happen again. I hope your next stay with us will be more pleasant." I thanked him and left the hotel, eager to put the awkward incident behind me. The drive to my next destination was filled with relief as I finally began to relax. Looking back, the hotel's efforts to resolve the situation were commendable, but the initial mishap had cast a long shadow over my stay. It was a reminder of how easily things can go wrong, and how important it is for establishments to handle such errors with sensitivity and efficiency. Though my stay had been uncomfortable and poorly handled, the experience served as a lesson in the delicate art of hospitality and the impact of an earnest apology. Story 19. Traveling for business often involves the mundane routine of checking into a hotel, dropping off luggage, and getting to work. But sometimes, even the simplest tasks can go awry. That's exactly what happened to me on my recent trip, turning a standard stay into an awkward ordeal I won't soon forget. I arrived at the hotel late in the evening, exhausted from a full day of meetings. The lobby was dimly lit, casting a soft, welcoming glow over the reception desk. The receptionist, a young woman with a tired smile, handed me a room key and directed me to the elevators. I barely glanced at the key card, eager to collapse into bed. Dragging my suitcase down the hall, I found room 417, as indicated on the key card. The door was slightly ajar, and I assumed the housekeeping staff had left it open for ventilation. I pushed the door open, expecting to see a clean, unoccupied room. Instead, I was met with the sight of a couple in the middle of what appeared to be a romantic evening. The room's occupants, a man and a woman, were taken by surprise. The woman shrieked and scrambled to cover herself with a sheet, while the man leapt out of bed, his face flushed with anger and embarrassment. I stood frozen, my face reddening as I stammered, I'm so sorry. I think I've got the wrong room." The woman's eyes were wide with shock as she grabbed her phone and dialed the front desk. "Someone's just walked into our room. You need to fix this right now." The man was already out of bed, tugging on his clothes with a furious expression. He pointed toward the door, clearly wanting me to leave. I backed out hastily, feeling mortified, and retreated to the hallway. I made my way back to the lobby, my heart pounding. The receptionist was now joined by a manager, a middle-aged man with a serious demeanor. They both looked concerned as I recounted the incident. "I'm really sorry about this," I said, feeling the weight of the awkward situation. "I was given the wrong key card." The manager's face was grim as he listened. "This is highly unusual. Let me investigate right away." I watched as he walked briskly toward the elevators, his expression a mix of embarrassment and determination. The receptionist attempted to reassure me. "We'll get this sorted out." I apologized for the inconvenience. I nodded and waited, my anxiety growing as the minutes ticked by. The couple had not yet reappeared in the lobby, and I could only imagine their discomfort. After what felt like an eternity, the manager returned, his demeanor more relaxed. "Everything is sorted now," he said, trying to sound reassuring. "It appears there was a mix-up with the room assignments. I've arranged for you to stay in a different room, and we're offering you a complimentary dinner at our restaurant to make up for the inconvenience." I sighed in relief, though the evening had already been ruined. "Thank you. I appreciate the offer." The manager handed me a new key card and directed me to room 522, a few floors up. The new room was clean and occupied, though the tension from earlier still lingered. I settled in, trying to shake off the embarrassment of the evening. As I prepared for bed, my phone buzzed with a call from the hotel's restaurant. It was the manager, who wanted to confirm my dinner reservation. I accepted, though my appetite had been lost in the chaos of the night. The restaurant was a quiet, elegant space, and the staff there seemed genuinely sympathetic, offering me a warm meal and attentive service. But as I dined alone, I couldn't help but replay the events of the evening in my mind. Later, I received a knock on the door. A hotel staff member handed me a small gift basket, a token of apology from the hotel. Inside were chocolates, a bottle of wine, and a handwritten note expressing regret for the unfortunate mix-up. I appreciated the gesture but couldn't shake the feeling of discomfort. The next morning, I found the lobby bustling with activity. The receptionist from the previous night greeted me with an unusually warm smile. "I hope everything was satisfactory," she said. I nodded, though my experience had left a sour taste. "Yes, thank you for sorting it out." As I checked out, the manager approached once more, offering a final apology. "We've reviewed our procedures to ensure this doesn't happen again. I hope your next stay with us will be more pleasant." I thanked him and left the hotel, eager to put the awkward incident behind me. The drive to my next destination was filled with relief as I finally began to relax. Looking back, the hotel's efforts to resolve the situation were commendable, but the initial mishap had cast a long shadow over my stay. It was a reminder of how easily things can go wrong and how important it is for establishments to handle such errors with sensitivity and efficiency. Though my stay had been uncomfortable and poorly handled, The experience served as a lesson in the delicate art of hospitality and the impact of an earnest apology. Story 20. The Grand Horizon Hotel was renowned for its luxury and amenities, and I had been looking forward to my stay there for weeks. Among its touted features, the rooftop pool was especially enticing. After long days of meetings and site visits, I envisioned myself unwinding by the pool, enjoying a swim under the stars. It was a perfect way to relax and escape the hustle of the city. I arrived at the hotel on a warm, sunny afternoon. The lobby was just as I had expected, opulent and welcoming. After checking in and taking the elevator to my room, I quickly changed into my swimwear, eager to experience the rooftop pool. The anticipation was palpable as I stepped onto the elevator, carrying my towel and sunscreen. The elevator ride was smooth, and as I reached the rooftop, I could hardly contain my excitement. I pushed open the door leading to the pool area and was met with a sight that deflated my excitement like a punctured balloon. The pool was empty, its usual inviting blue surface replaced by a stark, gray concrete floor. The deck chairs and loungers stood forlornly around the pool, their cheerful colors now a dull contrast against the barren space. Confused and disappointed, I approached a staff member who was tidying up nearby. "Excuse me," I began, trying to keep my voice steady despite my growing frustration. "I thought the pool was open. It's empty." The staff member, a young man with a friendly but weary expression, looked up from his task. "Oh, I'm really sorry about that. The pool's been under maintenance for a couple of days now. We're supposed to have had a notice up, but it seems it's been taken down." My frustration bubbled over. "A notice? I checked your website and even called before booking. I was assured that the pool would be open during my stay." The young man's face flushed with embarrassment. "I'm really sorry. There's been a mix-up. I'll let the front desk know about the confusion. Maybe they can offer you something to make up for it." I sighed and thanked him, though it hardly alleviated my disappointment. I headed back to the lobby, hoping that the staff there might offer some form of compensation or at least an apology. At the front desk, I explained the situation to the receptionist. She listened patiently, her expression sympathetic but also somewhat detached. "I'm truly sorry for the inconvenience," she said. "The pool maintenance should have been communicated more effectively. We're currently updating our records to reflect the change." I pressed on, hoping to get some form of compensation. "I specifically chose this hotel because of the pool. I've been looking forward to it all week. Is there anything you can do to make up for this?" The receptionist tapped away at her keyboard, her eyes flicking between the screen and me. "Let me see what we can offer. I understand how disappointing this must be." After a few minutes of tapping and scrolling, she looked up with a slight smile. "We can offer you a voucher for a free dinner at our restaurant and a complimentary spa treatment. We hope this helps to make up for the inconvenience." While the offer was generous, it didn't completely compensate for the loss of the pool experience I had anticipated. Nevertheless, I accepted the vouchers, trying to make the best of the situation. The spa treatment was indeed relaxing, and the dinner at the hotel's restaurant was quite pleasant. Still, every time I looked out of my window towards the rooftop, the empty pool remained a constant reminder of my unmet expectations. Later that evening, while enjoying a cocktail at the hotel bar, I overheard other guests discussing their own disappointment with the pool. It turned out that I was not alone in my frustration. Many guests had arrived with the same anticipation, only to find out upon arrival that the pool was closed for maintenance. The next day, as I prepared to check out, I saw a notice in the lobby announcing that the pool was expected to reopen soon. The notice included an apology and a promise of improved communication in the future. While it was a step in the right direction, the damage had already been done. As I packed my bags, I couldn't help but reflect on the experience. The Grand Horizon Hotel had fallen short of its promised amenities, and despite their attempts to make amends, the frustration lingered. I left the hotel with mixed feelings, appreciative of the efforts to compensate but still disappointed by the lack of transparency. In the end, I shared my experience with friends and colleagues, warning them to confirm all details before booking and to be wary of potential discrepancies between advertised amenities and reality. The Grand Horizon Hotel might have offered luxury and comfort, but it had also taught me a valuable lesson about the importance of clear communication and managing expectations. The empty pool was more than just a missed opportunity for relaxation. It was a reminder that even the most well-regarded establishments could falter in delivering the experiences they promised. Story 21. When I arrived at the Grandview Hotel for a week-long vacation, I anticipated a relaxing stay. The hotel, with its sleek modern design and high ratings, seemed like the perfect place to unwind. After a smooth check-in process, I took the elevator up to the 8th floor, eager to settle into my room. The view from my window was breathtaking, showcasing the city skyline against the evening sky. Everything seemed ideal. I spent the evening unpacking and arranging my things. By the time I finished, it was late, and I decided to take a long, hot shower to wind down. I entered the bathroom, and as I was about to step into the shower, I noticed something unusual. In the corner of the bathroom, near the ceiling, was a small, inconspicuous black dome. It blended with the surroundings, but something about its placement made me uneasy. It wasn't just any ordinary fixture, it had the distinct appearance of a surveillance camera. My heart sank. I was already feeling a bit uneasy, but seeing that camera in such a personal space was deeply unsettling. I tried to rationalize it, thinking it might be a maintenance device or something benign. Yet the idea of being watched in my most private moments was too disturbing to ignore. I decided to confront the situation head-on. I went down to the front desk and asked to speak with the manager. The desk clerk, a young woman with a polite but indifferent demeanor, called the manager, who arrived shortly with a look of concern on his face. "What seems to be the problem?" he asked, his tone professional but tinged with curiosity. I explained the situation. "There's a camera in the bathroom of my room. I'm not comfortable with it. Can you explain why it's there?" The manager's face momentarily went blank before he composed himself. "A camera in the bathroom? That's unusual. I'll need to check on this." He went to make a few calls, and I waited anxiously in the lobby. After what felt like an eternity, he returned with a strained smile. "I've looked into it. Apparently that camera is part of a security system. It's supposed to be monitoring the hallways and public areas for safety reasons. It shouldn't be in your bathroom." I felt a wave of frustration and anger. "Shouldn't be. It is in my bathroom. I feel incredibly violated. I need to be moved to another room immediately." The manager's expression softened, but he remained firm. "I understand your concern. We'll get you another room. I assure you we'll look into this matter further." He offered me a new key card and directed me to a room on a different floor. I took the key, though the damage had already been done. I packed my belongings and moved to the new room, still feeling shaken. The new room was spacious and comfortable, but the sense of invasion lingered. I tried to focus on my vacation and enjoy the amenities the hotel had to offer, but my mind kept returning to that unsettling discovery. The thought of being watched in such a private space was a constant intrusion on my peace of mind. Later that night, I decided to investigate further. I returned to the front desk to ask if they could explain more about the hotel's security system. The clerk, who had been present during the earlier incident, seemed hesitant, but eventually agreed to give me more information. We have cameras throughout the building for security purposes, she explained. They're mainly in the common areas and hallways, not in the guest rooms. It's possible that the camera you saw was an oversight. I pressed further. Do you often have issues with cameras being in inappropriate places? She looked uncomfortable. We do our best to ensure all cameras are placed correctly. I'll make a note of your complaint and follow up on it. Her vague assurances did little to ease my concerns. The next morning I decided to check out early. The lingering anxiety and the invasion of privacy made it impossible for me to fully enjoy my vacation. I approached the front desk to settle my bill, and the same manager who had dealt with my complaint was there. I'm checking out early, I said. I appreciate the new room, but I can't stay here any longer after what happened. The manager nodded sympathetically. I understand. We're taking your complaint seriously and will investigate how this occurred. As I left the Grandview Hotel, I couldn't shake the feeling of violation. The luxury and comfort I had expected were overshadowed by the unsettling experience of being watched in a place that should have been private. The incident left me with a deep mistrust of hotel security practices and a lingering sense of unease. Back home, I followed up with the hotel's corporate office to ensure that the issue was addressed and that measures were taken to prevent similar incidents in the future. The experience had been a harsh reminder of how easily our privacy can be compromised, even in places where we seek comfort and relaxation. The Grandview Hotel eventually responded with an apology and assurances that they had reviewed and improved their security policies. But for me, the memory of that small, hidden camera would forever taint the idea of a hotel stay. It was a chilling reminder that even in the most unexpected places, our personal spaces can be invaded, and the quest for privacy is an ongoing struggle in the modern world. Story 22. After a long week of back-to-back meetings, I was relieved to finally check out of the high-end hotel where I had stayed. It was supposed to be a luxury retreat to balance out the grind of my business trip, but the experience had been anything but smooth. I had already endured a broken lock on my room door and an indifferent management team that had done little to resolve the issue. I hoped that my departure would be uneventful, but the nightmare was far from over. As I approached the front desk to settle my final bill, I glanced over the statement and my heart sank. The total amount was significantly higher than I had anticipated. Charges for services I had never used were included: a spa treatment I didn't book, room service I hadn't ordered, and even a late checkout fee, despite having adhered to the standard checkout time. I immediately brought these discrepancies to the attention of the front desk clerk, a young woman named Emma. She seemed somewhat flustered but assured me that the charges would be reviewed. "I'm really sorry for the inconvenience," she said, "but sometimes these things happen. Let me take a closer look at this for you." Emma took the bill and disappeared into the back office for what felt like an eternity. When she returned, her expression was apologetic but unhelpful. "It looks like the charges are correct. We've checked our records and they indicate that the services were used," she explained, handing me back the bill. My frustration mounted. I knew for a fact that I had not used any of those services. I had spent most of my time in meetings and only used the room for sleeping. I requested to speak with a manager, hoping that someone higher up might take my complaint more seriously. Emma hesitated but eventually contacted the manager, a stern-looking man named David. David appeared at the front desk a few minutes later. He glanced at the bill and my complaints with a skeptical eye. "I understand your concerns," he said, "but our system is very accurate. The charges are logged and verified through various checks." I tried to present my case, explaining that I had not used the spa, ordered room service, or requested a late checkout. I even showed David my calendar, which confirmed my busy schedule and early departure. Despite this, David remained unconvinced. "I can have our accounting team review it," he offered, "but it may take some time to resolve." Determined to get this resolved, I agreed to the review but made it clear that I expected prompt action. David assured me he would expedite the process, but days turned into weeks with no resolution. I contacted the hotel multiple times, speaking to different staff members who seemed to pass me off to others. Each call was met with the same promises of investigation and no real progress. I escalated the issue further by emailing the hotel's corporate office, detailing the entire situation and my dissatisfaction with the handling of the matter. I attached all relevant documents, including my detailed account of the stay, emails with hotel staff, and proof of my activities during the trip. The response from the corporate office was slow and initially dismissive. They reiterated the stance that their systems were accurate and suggested that I had perhaps overlooked some charges. The corporate response only fueled my frustration. I had been meticulous in documenting my stay, and it felt like I was being brushed off. In an effort to push the matter forward, I contacted a consumer protection agency and filed a formal complaint, providing them with all the evidence I had gathered. The agency took an interest in my case and began to apply pressure on the hotel chain. During this period, I continued to follow up with the hotel daily. Each time I spoke to a staff member, I was met with vague updates and continued delays. It became clear that the hotel was dragging its feet, hoping that I would give up. But I was determined to see this through. Months after the initial dispute, I received a call from the corporate office with an apology and a revised bill. They had finally conducted a thorough review and acknowledged that some of the charges were indeed incorrect. They issued a partial refund for the erroneous charges and offered additional compensation in the form of a discount on a future stay. It was a gesture of goodwill, but it did little to undo the stress and inconvenience I had endured. Reflecting on the experience, I realized how important it is to thoroughly review hotel bills before checking out and to keep detailed records of all transactions and services used. The ordeal also highlighted the need for hotels to address guest complaints with genuine concern and efficiency, rather than letting them drag on without resolution. The incorrect charges and the struggle to resolve them were a stark reminder of the pitfalls of inadequate customer service and the importance of advocating for oneself in the face of bureaucracy. While the matter was eventually resolved, the impact on my trip and my perception of the hotel chain remained. It was a lesson in persistence and the importance of holding businesses accountable for their mistakes. Story 23. My arrival at the hotel was greeted with the usual pleasantries: a warm smile from the receptionist, a swift check-in process, and a key card for room 412. After a long drive through the mountains, I was looking forward to a comfortable night's sleep. The hotel, though not luxurious, seemed quaint and well-maintained, and I hoped it would provide a restful escape from my busy schedule. The room itself was charming, with a rustic decor that matched the mountain surroundings. It featured a large window overlooking the snowy landscape and a cozy bed draped in thick, warm blankets. I unpacked my belongings and settled in, eager to unwind. However, as I adjusted the thermostat, I noticed that the room was unusually cold. The air conditioning unit, located under the window, hummed softly, but the air it circulated was icy. I shrugged it off at first, thinking it might take a while for the room to warm up. But as the evening progressed, the chill became unbearable. I turned the thermostat up to its highest setting and wrapped myself in the blankets, but it did little to alleviate the biting cold. Shivering, I picked up the phone to call the front desk. The call was answered promptly by a pleasant voice. "Front desk, how can I help you?" "Hi, this is room 412. I'm having a problem with the air conditioning. It's not heating the room, and it's freezing in here," I explained. "I'm sorry to hear that," the receptionist said, We'll send someone up to take a look right away." I thanked her and hung up, hoping that the issue would be resolved quickly. As I waited, I tried to keep warm by layering on more blankets and wearing my coat indoors. The temperature in the room continued to drop, and soon I could see my breath in the frigid air. The thought of a comfortable bed seemed like a distant dream. After what felt like an eternity, there was a knock on the door. I let in a maintenance worker who promptly inspected the air conditioning unit. He fiddled with the controls and checked the connections. "It looks like the heater is malfunctioning," he said, sounding somewhat defeated. "I'll report it to the maintenance supervisor, but I can't guarantee a fix tonight." My heart sank. Is there anything else that can be done? I really can't stay in this cold. The maintenance worker apologized and offered to bring up a portable heater. "It might not warm the room completely, but it should help a bit," he said before leaving. I thanked him and waited for the heater to arrive. The minutes ticked by slowly, and the cold seemed to seep into my very bones. Finally, the heater arrived, and I set it up in the middle of the room, hoping it would provide some relief. The heater hummed to life, its warm air a welcome contrast to the icy environment. Despite the heater's efforts, the room remained uncomfortably cold. I curled up in bed, cocooned in blankets, but sleep was elusive. Every time I began to doze off, the cold would wake me again, and I would have to shift and adjust the blankets. The uncomfortable night seemed to drag on forever. Around midnight, I decided to call the front desk again. My teeth chattered as I dialed the number. "Front desk, how can I assist you?" "It's room 412 again. The portable heater isn't enough. I'm still freezing, and I can't sleep," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "I'm really sorry about this. I've alerted the maintenance supervisor, and they'll try to resolve it as soon as possible. I know it's late, but I appreciate your patience," the receptionist replied. I hung up and tried to make the best of the situation, but it was clear that no immediate solution was forthcoming. I lay awake for hours, shivering under the blankets, trying to ignore the cold that seemed to penetrate every corner of the room. As dawn approached, I finally managed to doze off, though it was a restless sleep filled with dreams of warmth and comfort. When morning came, I woke up feeling exhausted and drained. I packed my belongings quickly, eager to escape the frozen room and the long, uncomfortable night. At the front desk, I met the same receptionist from the previous evening. She looked concerned as I recounted my experience. "I'm really sorry about the inconvenience," she said. "I'll make sure to report this issue to the management and offer you a discount for your troubles." I appreciated the gesture, though it did little to make up for the discomfort I had endured. As I left the hotel, I couldn't help but think about the lack of a swift resolution to the problem. The experience had been far from ideal, and it left me with a sense of frustration and disappointment. The drive home was a reflective one. The cold of the night seemed to linger in my memory, and I found myself hoping that future hotel stays would be more comfortable and better managed. The frozen room had been a harsh reminder of the importance of timely maintenance and the impact that even small issues can have on a guest's experience. In the end, I learned to appreciate the value of a warm, comfortable room and the importance of addressing issues promptly. As I settled back into the comfort of my own home, I made a silent promise to always check the heating and cooling systems in any future accommodations, hoping to avoid another night in a frozen room. Story 24. The Grand Vista Resort was supposed to be my sanctuary from the everyday grind, a place to unwind and recharge. The sprawling grounds, luxurious amenities, and serene surroundings were everything I needed for a relaxing vacation. Little did I know that my stay would take an unexpected turn, leading to a series of uncomfortable and embarrassing situations born out of a case of mistaken identity. The first day at the Grand Vista went smoothly. I arrived early in the afternoon, eager to check in and start my vacation. The front desk staff greeted me with their usual professionalism. I was given a room key and directed to my suite, which was just as splendid as I had hoped. After settling in, I decided to explore the resort's grounds. As I walked through the lobby later that evening, I overheard snippets of conversations and noticed a few guests glancing in my direction. I thought little of it and headed to the resort's restaurant for dinner. The next morning, I was having breakfast in the hotel's dining area when I noticed a woman staring at me intently. She was seated at a nearby table and kept glancing over, whispering to her companion. I felt a twinge of discomfort, but tried to ignore it. Later that day, I was lounging by the pool when a group of guests approached me. They seemed friendly but were clearly expecting me to be someone else. "You must be the new manager," one of them said with a bright smile. Confused, I laughed it off, but their puzzled expression suggested they were not entirely convinced. The situation escalated the following day. As I was returning from a spa treatment, the concierge handed me a package that had been left at the desk for me. The package was addressed to a name that wasn't mine but was similar enough to cause confusion. I was puzzled but accepted it, thinking it was just a clerical error. Upon opening the package, I discovered it contained a set of documents with personal information details that were clearly not mine. I noticed the documents included reservations for additional rooms and other guests' personal information. I felt a surge of anxiety as I realized that my identity had been confused with someone else's. As the days went by, the mix-up began to unravel in increasingly embarrassing ways. I found myself being introduced to other guests as Mr. Smith, a name that wasn't mine. People treated me with a mixture of deference and confusion, assuming I was someone of importance or authority. I was invited to meetings and social events I had no interest in attending, all under the assumption that I was part of the resort staff or a prominent guest. One evening, during a resort-sponsored cocktail party, a guest approached me with a serious expression. "I need to discuss the marketing strategy with you," he said, apparently mistaking me for the person in charge of the resort's promotions. I stumbled through a conversation about marketing strategies, hoping to avoid further embarrassment. Feeling increasingly uncomfortable, I decided to address the issue with the resort management. I went to the front desk and explained the situation to Lydia, the hotel manager. Her face turned pale as she listened to my account. "I'm so sorry for the mix-up," Lydia said, her voice filled with concern. "We'll get this sorted out immediately. It appears there's been a serious administrative error." She assured me that the resort would rectify the situation and take steps to ensure my personal information was kept confidential. However, the damage had already been done. The days following were filled with awkward interactions and puzzled looks from other guests, who continued to address me by the wrong name and inquire about issues I had no knowledge of. By the end of my stay, Lydia personally apologized for the distress and inconvenience caused. She explained that the resort's database had been updated incorrectly, leading to the mix-up. The staff had been informed of the error and had been instructed to address me correctly from then on. In compensation for the mishap, Lydia offered me a complimentary stay at the resort, along with a voucher for a free spa treatment. Although the gesture was appreciated, it did little to erase the discomfort of the past few days. As I checked out of the Grand Vista Resort, I couldn't help but feel a mix of relief and lingering discomfort. The experience had been far from relaxing, but it served as a reminder of the importance of accurate personal information management and the impact that administrative errors can have on individuals. Driving away from the resort, I reflected on the strange and awkward turn my vacation had taken. Despite the beautiful surroundings and excellent amenities, the mistaken identity had overshadowed my stay. I hoped that future guests would not have to face the same unsettling experience, and I carried with me a newfound appreciation for the importance of clear and accurate communication. In the end, the Grand Vista Resort remained a beautiful destination, but my vacation had been marked by an unusual and unforgettable series of events. Story 25. After a long day of travel, I finally arrived at the hotel, exhausted and eager to settle in. The city lights flickered outside the taxi window as I made my way to the entrance, a sense of relief washing over me as I stepped inside. The grand lobby was bustling with activity, the soft hum of conversation blending with the occasional clink of glasses from the adjacent bar. I approached the front desk, my spirits lifted by the promise of a comfortable bed and a hot shower. "Good evening," I said, smiling at the receptionist. "I'm here to check in. I have a reservation under the name Taylor." The receptionist, a young woman with a professional but weary demeanor, tapped away at her keyboard. After a moment of typing, her brow furrowed in confusion. "I'm sorry, but I can't seem to find your reservation in our system." My heart sank. "That's impossible." "I have a confirmation email right here," I said, pulling out my phone and showing her the email with the reservation details. She scanned the email and frowned. "I see that you have a confirmation, but it doesn't appear to be in our system. Let me check with my supervisor." I watched as she walked over to a nearby office, the door closing behind her. My anxiety grew as I waited, the bustling lobby suddenly feeling oppressive. I glanced at my watch. It was getting late, and I was growing increasingly concerned about where I would spend the night. A few minutes later, the supervisor, a middle-aged man with an air of authority, emerged from the office. He took over the situation with a clipped efficiency that did little to ease my growing discomfort. "We've checked our system thoroughly," he said with a tight smile. "Unfortunately, we have no record of your reservation. It seems there was a system error." "This is unacceptable," I replied, trying to stay calm. "I have a confirmation email from you. How can this happen?" The supervisor's expression remained unchanged. "I understand your frustration. However, without a reservation in our system, we are unable to offer you a room. Our hotel is fully booked for the night, and we have no availability." I felt a surge of panic. "You've got to be kidding me. I'm exhausted, and it's late. What am I supposed to do?" He shrugged slightly. "I'm afraid there's nothing we can do here. You'll need to find alternative accommodation. I can give you a list of nearby hotels, but I can't guarantee their availability." I took the list, my hands shaking slightly. The supervisor's indifference only added to my frustration. I dialed several numbers from the list, but each time I was met with the same response: no rooms available. The city was hosting a major event, and all nearby hotels were fully booked. I stepped outside, my shoulders slumped in defeat. The chilly night air hit me, making me shiver as I walked down the street, dragging my suitcase behind me. I tried a few more hotels on my own, but with no luck. As the hours ticked by, my options dwindled. Around midnight, I decided to return to the original hotel. I approached the front desk once more, hoping for a miracle. The same receptionist greeted me, looking up from her computer with a mixture of sympathy and exhaustion. "Have you found a place to stay?" she asked, her tone gentle. "No. Every place is fully booked," I replied, my voice cracking. "I'm really at a loss here. Is there any chance you could help me find a solution?" She hesitated for a moment before glancing towards the supervisor's office. "Let me see what I can do." She made a quick phone call and then turned back to me. "I've spoken with my manager again. They're checking to see if there are any cancellations. It might take a little while." I waited in the lobby, my exhaustion catching up with me. The minutes dragged on, and I was on the verge of despair when the receptionist finally returned. "There's been a cancellation," she said with a smile of relief. "We've managed to secure a room for you." I nearly collapsed with relief. "Thank you so much. I really appreciate it." The receptionist handed me a new key and offered a sincere apology for the inconvenience. As I made my way to the elevator, I couldn't help but feel a mix of relief and lingering frustration. The ordeal had left me rattled, but at least I now had a place to rest. The next morning I checked out with a renewed sense of determination to address the issue. I contacted the hotel's corporate customer service to file a formal complaint, detailing the entire experience and expressing my disappointment with how the situation was handled. I requested compensation for the night's inconvenience and hoped that my feedback would lead to better management practices in the future. Despite the stressful experience, I managed to move on, though the incident served as a stark reminder of the importance of confirming reservations and double-checking arrangements. The missing reservation had turned into a night of unexpected hardship, but it also taught me resilience and the value of persistence in the face of adversity. Story 26. After a long day of meetings and travel, I was relieved to finally arrive at the hotel. It was a well-regarded establishment, and the website boasted of its top-notch amenities. I was given a suite on the 5th floor, complete with a small kitchenette, which was a nice touch. I imagined it would be perfect for unwinding after my busy schedule. The first night was uneventful. The suite was spacious, the bed was comfortable, and the view from the window was pleasant. I was looking forward to a few days of relaxation before my next round of meetings. But that sense of calm was short-lived. On the second morning, I decided to make breakfast. I wandered into the kitchenette, which was equipped with a refrigerator, a microwave, and a small stove. As I opened the cupboard to retrieve some cereal, I noticed something unsettling: tiny black specks scattered across the shelf. I leaned in closer and realized they were roaches. My heart sank as I saw more of the creepy crawlers scurrying across the countertop and the floor. I was horrified. Roaches were one of my biggest phobias, and seeing them in my suite was deeply unsettling. I took a deep breath and tried to stay calm. I immediately called the front desk to report the issue. "Hello, I'm in room 512, and I found roaches in the kitchenette area," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "I'd like someone to come and address this problem immediately." The receptionist on the other end sounded sympathetic. "I'm so sorry to hear that. I'll have housekeeping send someone up right away to take care of it." I waited anxiously in the living area, trying to distract myself with some television. After about 30 minutes, a housekeeper arrived with a cleaning kit. She inspected the kitchenette, her face grim as she noticed the roaches. "I'll clean this up," she said, beginning to wipe down the surfaces. "But you might want to avoid using the kitchenette for now." I thanked her and hoped that the problem would be resolved. But as the day wore on, the roaches made their return. It seemed like no matter how thoroughly the area was cleaned, they kept coming back. I found more of them crawling out of the cracks in the cabinets and even spotted a few in the microwave. Frustrated, I called the front desk again. "I've reported this issue before, and it hasn't been resolved. The roaches are still here, and it's making my stay unbearable." The receptionist promised to escalate the issue and assured me that someone would come to address it promptly. An hour later, a pest control technician arrived with a more comprehensive set of tools and chemicals. He inspected the kitchenette and started treating the area, setting up traps and spraying around the cabinets and appliances. "We'll need to do a more thorough treatment," the technician said, glancing at the infestations. "This might take a while to fully address." I was frustrated but relieved that something was being done. I spent the rest of the evening in the suite's living area, trying to avoid the kitchenette as much as possible. When I returned to the area the next morning, I found that the roaches had not entirely disappeared. Some had even made their way into the living space. I called the front desk again and explained that the problem was persisting. The manager, a middle-aged woman with a concerned expression, came up to my suite. "I'm so sorry for the inconvenience," she said, visibly embarrassed. "We've had pest control come in, but clearly it hasn't been sufficient. I'll arrange for a transfer to a different room for you." Relieved but still unsettled, I agreed to the room change. The manager escorted me to a new suite on a different floor. This room was similar in layout but lacked the kitchenette. The manager assured me that the new suite was thoroughly cleaned and inspected. As I unpacked my things in the new room, I tried to push the earlier events out of my mind. The new suite was clean, and there were no signs of pests. I hoped that this would be the end of my troubles. The remainder of my stay was uneventful, and the new room was comfortable. However, the experience had left a sour taste. I couldn't shake the feeling of having been given the runaround, and the ordeal had disrupted what should have been a relaxing business trip. When it was time to check out, I approached the front desk with a mix of relief and lingering frustration. The manager was there, ready to finalize my bill. "I hope you had a better experience in the new room," she said, her tone apologetic. "Yes, the new room was fine," I replied. But the roach issue was very distressing. It took too long to resolve, and it made my stay quite unpleasant. The manager nodded. "I understand. We've taken steps to address the pest problem more seriously now. I apologize again for the inconvenience and assure you that we're working on improving our procedures." I appreciated the apology, though it didn't entirely erase the discomfort I had experienced. As I left the hotel, I couldn't help but feel a mix of relief and disappointment. The initial promise of a comfortable stay had been marred by the infestation, and the experience had been far from what I had hoped for. Driving away, I hoped that my next accommodation would live up to its promises and offer a stay free of unwelcome surprises. The memory of the roach-infested kitchenette would linger, a reminder of how even the smallest issues can have a significant impact on one's overall experience. Story 27. The Starlight Inn was known for its picturesque views and historic charm. Nestled in a serene valley, it promised a peaceful retreat from the hustle and bustle of city life. I had booked a weekend stay hoping for a tranquil escape, but instead, I found myself entangled in an experience marked by poor customer service and constant discomfort. My arrival at the inn was met with a somewhat indifferent receptionist. The woman behind the desk barely looked up from her computer as she handed me my room key. "Here's your key to room 317, she said, her tone flat. "Enjoy your stay." I took the key and headed to my room, eager to relax. However, my hopes for a peaceful evening were quickly dashed. The room was not as pristine as I had anticipated. The bedspread had a stain, the carpet felt grimy underfoot, and there was a noticeable musty smell lingering in the air. I tried to overlook these issues, reminding myself that I was here for a quick getaway and not to be overly critical. Later that evening, as I attempted to settle in, I was interrupted by a series of loud noises coming from the neighboring rooms. It sounded like furniture was being dragged across the floor and muffled voices were shouting. My initial irritation grew into concern as the noise persisted late into the night. I decided to call the front desk. I picked up the phone and dialed the number, expecting a prompt resolution. After a few rings, a man answered, his voice weary. "Starlight Inn, how can I help you?" "There's a lot of noise coming from the neighboring rooms," I explained. "It's making it difficult for me to sleep. Can you please look into it?" The man's response was dismissive. "We're not really equipped to handle noise complaints at this hour. You might want to try and get some earplugs or something." Taken aback by his lack of empathy, I tried to remain calm. "I understand. but it's quite loud and I really need to get some rest. Can't someone check on it?" "No guarantees," he said curtly before hanging up. Frustrated, I decided to address the issue the next morning. I headed down to the front desk to speak with someone in person. The same receptionist from the previous night was on duty, and I braced myself for another encounter with her indifferent attitude. "I'm here to discuss the noise from last night," I began, trying to keep my voice steady. "It was really disruptive, and I also have concerns about the cleanliness of my room." She barely looked up from her desk as she responded, "We're aware that some guests can be noisy. If it was really that bad, you should have called us sooner." "I did call," I said, feeling my frustration rising. "And when I did, the response was less than helpful. I also mentioned the state of the room." "Cleaning standards are what they are," she replied. "If you're unhappy, maybe you should have mentioned it earlier. We can't do anything about it now." Her dismissive attitude only fueled my frustration. "Can I speak to a manager or someone who can address these issues?" The receptionist sighed heavily and picked up the phone, making a call that led to an interminable wait. Finally, a manager arrived, a middle-aged man with a stern expression and a no-nonsense demeanor. He listened to my complaints with a clipped patience that suggested he was accustomed to dealing with dissatisfied guests. "I understand you've had some issues," he said, his tone neutral. "But it's not really our policy to offer compensation or immediate resolution unless the complaint is brought to our attention within a reasonable time frame." "I brought it to your attention as soon as possible," I countered. "The noise was disruptive, and the cleanliness of the room was not up to standard." He shrugged. "We can't control every guest's behavior, and we do our best with housekeeping. If you're unhappy, we can offer you a discount on a future stay, but we can't change what's already happened." Feeling deflated, I accepted the manager's offer for a discount on a future stay, though it did little to alleviate my current dissatisfaction. I left the inn with a sense of lingering irritation, knowing that my attempts to resolve the issues had been met with unhelpful and rude responses. The remainder of my stay was marked by a pervasive sense of discomfort. I found it difficult to relax in a room that had clearly been neglected and a hotel where the staff's attitude did nothing to enhance my experience. Each encounter with the staff seemed to reinforce the notion that my concerns were unwelcome and inconvenient. As I checked out, the same receptionist gave me a curt nod. "Hope you have a better experience next time," she said with a forced smile. I managed a polite nod in return, but the words felt hollow. The promise of a peaceful retreat had been overshadowed by an experience marred by poor customer service and unaddressed issues. Driving away from the Starlight Inn, I reflected on the stark contrast between the hotel's charming exterior and the reality of my stay. The rude staff and the lack of responsiveness had transformed what was meant to be a relaxing getaway into a frustrating ordeal. The Starlight Inn's reputation had been tarnished by an experience that I would remember far longer than the view from my window. Story 28. The small, family-run inn nestled on the outskirts of town was intended to be a peaceful retreat. I was looking forward to a weekend of relaxation after a particularly grueling week at work. The inn's charm was evident from the moment I arrived. Its quaint exterior, cozy lobby, and friendly staff all contributed to an inviting atmosphere. Little did I know, my stay would soon take a turn for the unsettling. My room was located on the second floor, right next to what seemed to be an adjoining suite. After unpacking and settling in, I went out for dinner, eager to enjoy the local cuisine. The evening passed pleasantly, and I returned to the inn, ready for a restful night. As I settled into bed, I was startled by a sudden burst of loud shouting coming from the room next door. It was well past midnight, and the noise was jarring. My heart raced as I strained to make out the words, but they were indistinct, a cacophony of angry voices and banging noises. I tried to ignore it, hoping it would subside, but the disturbance only grew louder. The shouting was accompanied by the sound of heavy thuds and what seemed to be furniture being dragged or slammed against the walls. I was unsettled, unable to sleep as the cacophony continued unabated. After nearly an hour of enduring the ruckus, I decided to call the front desk. "Hello, this is Sarah from the front desk. How can I help you?" a tired voice answered. "Hi, I'm in room 214, and I'm being kept awake by extremely loud noises and shouting coming from the room next door," I explained. "It's been going on for almost an hour." "I'm really sorry to hear that," Sarah said, her voice laced with concern. "I'll send someone up to check it out." I waited anxiously, hoping for a resolution. After a while, I heard footsteps in the hallway and a knock on the neighboring door. The noise didn't stop. In fact, it seemed to grow more intense. I could hear the muffled sound of the staff member knocking and speaking, but the uproar continued. When the staff member returned, I asked if there was any update. "I spoke with the guests," she said, her expression apologetic. "They claimed they were just having a lively discussion. I'm afraid there's not much we can do at this hour." "This is more than a discussion," I protested. "It's disruptive and concerning. I'm unable to sleep." "I understand," she said. "I'll document your complaint and make a note for the morning shift." Feeling helpless and exhausted, I returned to my room. The noise persisted, and I spent the rest of the night tossing and turning, my frustration growing. As dawn approached, I was on edge, dreading the prospect of another night like this. The next morning, I went to the front desk to speak with the manager. "I want to address the situation from last night," I began. "I was subjected to continuous noise and shouting from the room next door. I called the front desk, but nothing changed." The manager, a middle-aged man with a well-groomed appearance, listened intently. "I'm very sorry to hear that," he said, though his tone lacked genuine concern. "We'll address this issue. Can I offer you a complimentary breakfast as a gesture of goodwill?" I was taken aback by the offer. "I appreciate the gesture, but I'm more concerned about the fact that the disturbance continued throughout the night and nothing was done about it." "I understand," the manager replied. "I'll make sure this doesn't happen again. We'll speak with the guests involved and ensure that future incidents are handled more effectively." Despite the manager's assurances, the unsettling experience left me feeling uneasy. I tried to enjoy the day, but the lack of sleep had taken its toll. The noise from the previous night had been disturbing, but the indifference from the staff was even more disheartening. When evening rolled around, I couldn't shake the feeling of apprehension. I hoped the issue would be resolved, but as night fell, I found myself dreading the possibility of another noisy disturbance. I kept my phone close, ready to call the front desk if needed. To my relief, the night passed without incident. I could hear occasional murmurs from the neighboring room, but nothing compared to the chaos of the previous night. Exhausted but grateful, I managed to get some much-needed rest. The next morning I checked out of the inn, still feeling unsettled by the events. I relayed my experience to the front desk once more, emphasizing the need for better handling of such situations in the future. As I left, I noticed that the inn had a charm that was marred by my experience. What should have been a tranquil retreat had turned into a sleepless ordeal. The staff's response had been lacking, and while the promise of improvement was reassuring, it did little to make up for the discomfort I had endured. The experience served as a reminder of the importance of attentive customer service and the need for a quick, effective response to guest complaints. As I drove away from the inn, I hoped that future guests would have a more peaceful stay, and that the issues I faced would be addressed with greater diligence. Story 29. It was supposed to be a simple overnight stay on my way to a conference in a neighboring city. I had booked the hotel weeks in advance, secured with a confirmation email and a credit card guarantee. But as I arrived at the hotel's front desk, ready to check in and relax, I was met with an unexpected and frustrating problem. The hotel lobby was bustling with activity when I walked in, my suitcase rolling behind me. After a long drive and a tiring day, I was eager to get to my room. The receptionist, a young man with an air of indifference, greeted me with a curt nod. "Good evening," I said, handing him my reservation confirmation. "I'd like to check in, please." He took the document and began typing into the computer. A frown slowly formed on his face as he scrolled through the screen. "I'm sorry, but I can't seem to find your reservation." My heart sank. "What do you mean?" "I have a confirmation number and everything." He tapped a few more keys, his brow furrowing deeper. "I'm afraid it's not showing up in our system. It might have been a glitch or something." I felt a wave of frustration. "I've been driving all day. There must be something you can do." He shrugged, a gesture that did little to reassure me. "I'll have to check with my manager." He disappeared into the back office, leaving me standing at the desk, my patience wearing thin. After a few minutes, he returned with a middle-aged woman who wore a no-nonsense expression. "Hello, I'm the hotel manager. What seems to be the problem?" she asked. "I had a reservation," I explained, "but it's not in your system. I've got the confirmation here." I showed her my phone with the email. She glanced at the screen and nodded. "I see. Unfortunately, it looks like there's been a system error. We don't have any record of your reservation." My frustration bubbled over. "So what am I supposed to do? I've driven for hours and need a place to stay." The manager's expression remained impassive. "We're fully booked for the night. I'm afraid there's nothing we can do here." I could feel my anxiety rising. "You have to be kidding me. There must be something you can do. I can't just drive around looking for a place to stay at this hour." She offered a thin smile that did little to comfort me. "I'm really sorry, but our hands are tied. You might want to try other hotels nearby. I can suggest a few if you'd like." With no other option, I thanked her through gritted teeth and turned to leave. I checked my phone for nearby hotels and began calling them one by one. Each time I was met with the same frustrating response: "Sorry, we're fully booked." The hours ticked by as I desperately searched for a place to stay. It was getting late, and exhaustion was setting in. My options dwindled until I finally found a small motel about 15 miles away with one room available. I booked it immediately, relieved that I wouldn't be stranded. When I arrived at the motel, it was clear that it wasn't exactly what I had hoped for. The exterior was worn, with flickering neon lights, and a peeling sign that read "Welcome." The parking lot was dimly lit, and the air was thick with the smell of mildew. I checked in with a sleepy clerk who handed me a key card for a room at the far end of the building. "Sorry for the trouble," he said, though his tone suggested he was more interested in getting back to his TV show than offering any real sympathy. The room was basic, with outdated furniture and a musty smell that lingered despite the open window. The bed was worn, and the bathroom showed signs of neglect. It wasn't ideal, but it was a place to rest, and at this point I was grateful for it. As I lay in bed, trying to get some sleep, I couldn't shake the frustration of the evening. The ordeal had ruined what was supposed to be a simple and stress-free trip. I reflected on the poor handling of the situation by the hotel staff and the lack of empathy from the management. Their inability to assist or offer a solution had left me feeling stranded and undervalued as a guest. The next morning I checked out early, eager to move on and make my way to the conference. I stopped by the hotel where my reservation had gone missing hoping to speak with the manager again. The manager was at the front desk, and I approached her with a firm resolve. I just wanted to follow up on what happened last night. I had to stay at a terrible motel because of the mix-up. She looked up with a hint of surprise. I'm sorry to hear that. We really did try to accommodate you, but we were fully booked. I understand that, I said, but the way the situation was handled was unacceptable. There was no effort to help or even show concern. She sighed. I understand your frustration. I'll make a note of this and discuss it with my team. I apologize for the inconvenience you experienced. I nodded, though her words offered little comfort. Thank you. I hope you take this feedback seriously. As I left, I resolved to share my experience in a review, hoping it might prompt improvements in their service. The trip had been far from what I had expected, but it was a stark reminder of the importance of customer service and the impact of handling problems with care and empathy. I drove away from the hotel, grateful to be on my way, and focused on the upcoming conference. Despite the rough start, I was determined to make the best of the trip and not let a single unfortunate experience overshadow the rest of my journey. Story 30. It was supposed to be a simple, relaxing weekend getaway. After weeks of intense work and endless meetings, I had booked a stay at the Alpine Lodge, a cozy hotel nestled in the mountains. The lodge was renowned for its charming atmosphere and picturesque views, and I had been eagerly anticipating a break from my hectic routine. The first evening of my stay was as delightful as I had hoped. The room was spacious, with a crackling fireplace and a view of the snow-covered peaks. After a comforting dinner in the hotel's quaint restaurant, I retired to my room, looking forward to a peaceful night's sleep. However, when I turned on the heater, I noticed something odd. Instead of the gentle warmth I was expecting, the heater emitted a loud, clunky noise and blasted out hot air at an uncomfortable intensity. I adjusted the thermostat, but the heat remained relentless. I tried turning the dial down, but it had no effect. The room was quickly turning into a sauna. At first, I hoped it was just a temporary issue. I opened the window slightly to let in some cold air and tried to ignore the heat. But as the hours passed, the room continued to heat up, and my discomfort grew. I could hardly sleep, tossing and turning as I struggled to stay cool. The next morning, bleary-eyed and exhausted, I went downstairs to the front desk. The receptionist, a young woman with a warm smile, greeted me. I explained the situation, hoping for a prompt resolution. "I'm really sorry about the heater," she said sympathetically. "I'll have someone from maintenance check it out right away." I returned to my room, trying to make the best of the situation. The heat was oppressive, and I resorted to placing a damp washcloth on my forehead to cool down. Hours later, a maintenance worker finally arrived, equipped with a toolkit and a determined expression. He tinkered with the heater, fiddling with dials and knobs, and after about half an hour, he assured me that the issue was fixed. Relieved, I thanked him and tried to relax, but as the day wore on, the room remained uncomfortably warm. I tried adjusting the thermostat again, but the temperature did not change. The heater seemed to be stuck on high, and the situation was becoming unbearable. By the evening, I returned to the front desk, this time with a growing sense of frustration. The same receptionist was on duty. I explained that the heater was still malfunctioning and that my room was still too hot to sleep in. "I'm really sorry," she said again, though her tone seemed less reassuring than before. "I'll call maintenance once more." Once again, a maintenance worker was sent to my room. This time he seemed more frustrated than hopeful. He inspected the heater, muttering under his breath as he worked. After another round of adjustments, he apologized and left, promising that the problem would be resolved soon. But when night fell, the heater was still blasting out heat, and my frustration reached a boiling point. I called the front desk again, but this time my call was met with a curt response. The receptionist informed me that maintenance was unavailable for the night and suggested I try to manage with the current conditions or request a different room the next day. Sleep was elusive. I lay in bed, drenched in sweat, staring at the ceiling as the room remained stiflingly hot. The discomfort was maddening, and I wondered how a place known for its comfort could have such a glaring issue. The next morning I headed to the front desk once more. My patience was wearing thin, and I expressed my dissatisfaction more forcefully. I've been dealing with this issue for 2 days now, and I'm still uncomfortable. This is unacceptable. The receptionist, though apologetic, seemed powerless to resolve the situation quickly. She finally offered to move me to a different room, but by this time, I was so frustrated that I nearly declined. However, realizing that staying in my current room was not an option, I reluctantly accepted the offer. The new room was cooler and more comfortable, though the damage had already been done. I was able to get some rest, but the experience had soured my opinion of the Alpine Lodge. The once promising getaway had turned into an ordeal, marred by poor maintenance and inadequate customer service. As I checked out, I voiced my concerns to the manager. She listened attentively, offering a sincere apology and promising to address the heater issue. She offered a discount on my stay, but it did little to make up for the discomfort and frustration I had experienced. Leaving the Alpine Lodge, I couldn't help but feel disappointed. The picturesque surroundings and charming amenities had been overshadowed by the faulty heater and the inadequate response from the staff. The weekend that was supposed to be a restful escape had turned into a stressful trial. I shared my experience with friends and family, advising them to thoroughly check the amenities before booking and to ensure that any issues are promptly addressed. The Alpine Lodge had shown that even the most beautiful settings can be marred by fundamental service failures. In the end, it was a reminder that comfort and customer care are as crucial as the picturesque views and luxurious interiors. Story 31. When I checked into the Summit Inn for a much-anticipated weekend getaway, I was looking forward to a relaxing break from the daily grind. The Summit Inn was advertised as a charming and well-maintained establishment nestled in the heart of the countryside. The reviews were positive, and the photos online showcased inviting, comfortable rooms. My excitement grew as I approached the hotel, eager to unwind and explore the scenic surroundings. I arrived in the late afternoon, weary from the drive but eager to settle in. The check-in process was smooth, and the staff at the front desk were polite and welcoming. I received my room key and headed to the second floor, anticipating a cozy retreat. The hallway was dimly lit and had a slightly musty odor, but nothing that raised immediate concern. When I reached room 208, I used the key card to open the door and stepped inside, only to be met with a sight that turned my excitement into dread. The room was a mess. The air was thick with a stale, unpleasant smell that hit me as soon as I entered. The bed was covered in stained linens that had clearly not been changed. The stains were dark and discolored, suggesting they had been there for some time. The pillows were unevenly arranged and looked as though they hadn't been fluffed in weeks. I moved to the bathroom, hoping for a cleaner environment, but was met with even more disheartening sights. The sink was clogged, and the faucet dripped incessantly. The toilet was grimy, with a thick ring of dirt around the bowl. The shower had mold growing in the corners, and the tiles were grimy. It was evident that the bathroom had not been cleaned in a while. My initial shock quickly turned into anger and frustration. This was not the relaxing retreat I had envisioned. I grabbed my phone and called the front desk immediately. "Hello, this is room 208. I'm very disappointed to find that my room hasn't been cleaned. The bed linens are stained, and the bathroom is in a terrible state. Can you send someone up to clean it, please?" The clerk on the other end of the line was apologetic but seemed confused. "I'm very sorry to hear that. I'll send someone up right away to address the issue. Can you please give us a moment?" I waited in the room, my frustration growing. An hour passed, and no one had arrived. I called the front desk again, hoping for a resolution. "Hi, I called earlier about the state of my room. I still haven't seen anyone come to clean it. What's going on?" "I'm really sorry for the delay. We're experiencing a bit of a backlog." "I'll send someone up right now," the clerk replied. Another half hour went by, and finally a housekeeping staff member arrived. She apologized profusely and began cleaning the room. I watched as she worked, scrubbing the bathroom and changing the linens. The process took over an hour, and I was left feeling a mix of relief and annoyance. By the time the room was somewhat presentable, it was well past dinner time. I went out for a meal, hoping to salvage the rest of the evening. When I returned, the room was cleaner but still lacked the freshness I had expected. The bed linens were now clean, and the bathroom was more sanitary, but the overall feeling of the room was still tainted by the initial state of neglect. The next morning, I decided to bring up the issue with the hotel management directly. I approached the front desk and asked to speak with the manager. After a short wait, a middle-aged man with a stern expression came out to speak with me. "I'm the manager here. I understand there were issues with your room," he said. "Yes," I began, recounting the entire ordeal. When I checked in, the room was filthy. The bed linens were stained, and the bathroom was disgusting. It took hours for someone to come and clean it. I'm very disappointed with the service." The manager listened attentively but seemed somewhat detached. "I apologize for the inconvenience you've experienced. We are currently short-staffed, which has led to delays in our cleaning service. This is not the standard we aim to provide." "I understand that issues can arise," I said, "but the condition of the room was unacceptable. I expected a lot more from this hotel. What will be done to address this?" The manager promised to look into the situation and assured me that he would take steps to prevent such occurrences in the future. He offered a small discount on my stay as a gesture of goodwill, but the offer did little to restore my confidence in the hotel. I spent the remainder of my stay feeling unsettled. While the room was clean for the most part, the initial experience had left a lasting negative impression. I could not fully relax or enjoy the amenities as I had hoped. As I checked out, I reiterated my concerns, hoping to prompt some real change. The manager nodded and promised to investigate further. I left the Summit Inn with a sense of relief, but the vacation had been marred by the hotel's poor housekeeping and inadequate response. The Summit Inn eventually contacted me to follow up, assuring me that they had taken steps to improve their cleaning protocols and staff training. While I appreciated the effort, the memory of that filthy room lingered. It served as a stark reminder of how crucial cleanliness and timely service are to the overall guest experience. Story 32. It was an exhausting trip, and I was looking forward to a restful night at the hotel. After a series of back-to-back meetings and a long drive, I checked into the hotel, eager to collapse into bed. The room was everything I had hoped for: clean, spacious, and comfortable. I locked the door behind me and slipped into a deep, much-needed sleep. The next morning, I awoke to a strange noise. Groggy and disoriented, I rubbed my eyes and listened. The sound was faint, but persistent, a series of muffled voices and footsteps coming from the direction of the door. My heart began to race as I struggled to wake up fully, trying to make sense of the situation. Had I left the door unlocked? Was someone trying to break in? Just as I was about to get up to investigate, the door swung open. I watched in shock as a man walked in, holding a cup of coffee and wearing a confused expression. He glanced around the room, clearly bewildered by the unfamiliar surroundings. He was about to say something when his eyes met mine, and his face turned a deep shade of red. "Oh my God, I'm so sorry," he stammered, dropping his coffee cup, which splashed across the carpet. "I didn't mean to intrude." I was taken aback and sat up in bed, trying to make sense of what was happening. The man quickly backed out of the room, closing the door behind him with an apologetic nod. I threw on a robe and opened the door, hoping to catch him and find out what was going on. In the hallway, I saw the man standing with a hotel staff member, a young woman in uniform, who looked equally perplexed. I approached them, my mind racing with questions. "What just happened?" I demanded, trying to keep my voice calm despite my rising frustration. The man looked up at me, still apologetic. "I'm really sorry. I was given a key card for this room by mistake. I thought this was mine." The staff member, whose name tag read Lily, nodded in agreement. "We've had a mix-up with the key cards. I'm so sorry for the inconvenience. We'll get this sorted out immediately." I took a deep breath, trying to process the situation. I understand mistakes happen, but this is really unsettling. I was asleep, and someone just walked into my room. Lily looked genuinely apologetic. "I completely understand. We've had a few issues with our keycard system recently. I'll make sure this doesn't happen again. Please let me know if there's anything we can do to make this right." I nodded, though I couldn't shake off the feeling of intrusion. It was a breach of privacy that left me feeling vulnerable and uneasy. I decided to return to my room and attempt to calm down while Lily went to check on the keycard system. After a few minutes, Lily returned with a new keycard for me and a heartfelt apology. "We've updated our system and taken steps to ensure this doesn't happen again," she assured me. "As a gesture of goodwill, we'd like to offer you a complimentary meal at our restaurant tonight. We deeply regret the inconvenience." I accepted the offer, though it did little to fully alleviate my discomfort. The incident had already shaken me, and the intrusion left a lasting impression. I had to take extra precautions for the rest of my stay, locking the door every time I left the room and making sure I was always present when someone knocked. The rest of the day passed uneventfully, and I tried to put the incident out of my mind. When I went to the restaurant for the complimentary meal, I encountered the same man who had accidentally entered my room. He recognized me immediately and approached with a sheepish expression. "I'm really sorry about this morning," he said again. "I hope you're doing okay." I reassured him that I was fine, though the incident had definitely put a damper on my stay. We exchanged a few more pleasantries before he excused himself to enjoy his meal. Later that evening, I received a call from the hotel's general manager. He wanted to follow up on the situation and ensure that I was satisfied with how it was handled. He reiterated the hotel's apology and offered additional compensation in the form of a discount on my next stay, should I choose to return. I appreciated the gesture, though I remained skeptical about staying at the same hotel in the future. As the days of my trip wound down, I couldn't help but reflect on the experience. The hotel's response to the incident was professional and courteous, but the intrusion had left me feeling unsettled. It was a reminder of how vulnerable we can be, even in places where we expect to feel safe and secure. The unwanted company was a stark reminder of the importance of addressing security and privacy issues in hospitality. While the hotel had taken steps to rectify the situation and offered compensation, the experience underscored the need for vigilance and accountability in the service industry. For future travels, I resolved to be more cautious and to prioritize safety and security above all else. Story 33. After a long day of traveling and a hectic schedule, I was looking forward to a relaxing evening at the hotel. I had chosen this particular establishment because of its promising amenities and the comfort it seemed to offer. Upon arrival, the lobby exuded a warm and welcoming atmosphere, and the check-in process was smooth and efficient. With the key card in hand, I headed up to my room, eager to unwind. Room 305 was just as I had hoped, cozy, well furnished, and boasting a view of the city skyline. The bed was inviting, and the room had a small desk and a comfy armchair. Everything seemed perfect, except for one detail that stood out to me: the minibar. It was prominently advertised as one of the features of the room, and a glossy brochure in the drawer promised a selection of premium snacks and beverages available at my convenience. After unpacking, I decided to check out the minibar. I was hoping for a nice cold drink to enjoy while I relaxed. I approached the bar, which was neatly stocked with bottles and cans lined up in a compact fridge. But as I opened the door, my anticipation turned to disappointment. The minibar was completely empty. I stood there for a moment, staring at the vacant shelves. It felt like a cruel joke. There was nothing but a few empty bottles and a note that read, "Please contact the front desk for replenishment." I picked up the phone to call the front desk, hoping that this was a simple oversight that could be quickly rectified. The line rang a few times before someone answered. "Front desk. How can I help you?" "Hi, this is room 305. I noticed that the minibar in my room is completely empty. The brochure said it would be stocked with snacks and drinks," I explained. "I'm very sorry about that," the receptionist replied, sounding genuinely apologetic. "I'll have someone come up to check on it." "Great, thank you," I said, relieved that the issue would be addressed. I hung up and waited, hoping for a quick resolution. The minutes ticked by, and the anticipation of having a refreshing drink or a snack grew as I stared at the empty minibar. Finally, there was a knock on the door. I opened it to find a staff member carrying a small cart with a few snacks and beverages. "I'm sorry for the inconvenience," the staff member said as they set up the items in the minibar. "We had a delay in restocking the rooms. I hope this helps." I thanked them and looked over the assortment: a couple of bottles of soda, a few snack bars, and a handful of bags of chips. It wasn't quite what I had expected, but it was better than nothing. As the staff member left, I tried to make the best of the situation, enjoying a soda and a snack as I settled in for the evening. The next morning, I went down to the front desk to check out. The receptionist from the previous night was there, and I decided to voice my frustration about the minibar situation. "I wanted to let you know that the minibar in my room was empty when I arrived. I had to wait for it to be restocked, and it wasn't really what I expected," I said. "I'm really sorry about that," she said with a sympathetic nod. "We had a few issues with restocking the minibars last night. I apologize for the inconvenience." "Is there any compensation for the trouble?" I asked, hoping for some acknowledgement of the inconvenience I had experienced. The receptionist hesitated for a moment before shaking her head. "Unfortunately, we can't offer any compensation for this issue. We appreciate your understanding and hope you had a pleasant stay otherwise." I felt a pang of frustration. The empty minibar had been a significant letdown, and the lack of compensation or an explanation felt dismissive. I thanked her and completed the checkout process, feeling a sense of disappointment linger as I left the hotel. As I drove home, I couldn't help but reflect on the experience. The empty minibar, while not a catastrophic issue, had affected my overall impression of the hotel. It was a small detail, but one that had been highlighted as a feature and had fallen short of expectations. The lack of adequate resolution or compensation had left me feeling undervalued as a guest. In the days that followed, I decided to write a review of my stay. I detailed the issue with the minibar, noting the misleading advertisement and the lack of satisfactory resolution. I hoped that my feedback would serve as a constructive critique, urging the hotel to address such issues more promptly and thoughtfully in the future. Ultimately, the experience had taught me the importance of clear communication and the impact that even small shortcomings can have on a guest's experience. I learned to be more discerning when choosing accommodations and to manage my expectations based on the full scope of amenities and services promised. The empty minibar had been a reminder of the value of reliability and the importance of addressing even minor issues with care and consideration. Story 34. The Timberline Lodge was supposed to be the ideal retreat from my busy life. Nestled in the mountains, with its promise of serene landscapes and luxurious amenities, it was meant to be a relaxing getaway. However, what I hoped would be a perfect escape turned into a frustrating ordeal, all thanks to a broken shower that refused to work properly. My arrival at the Timberline Lodge was filled with excitement. The grand entrance, flanked by towering pine trees and with a rustic charm, set the tone for a peaceful stay. The check-in process was smooth, and I was soon handed my room key and directed to a cozy suite on the second floor. The room was everything I had hoped for: spacious, with a king-sized bed draped in luxurious linens, a crackling fireplace, and a large window offering a stunning view of the snow-covered mountains. I unpacked my belongings and was eager to test out the amenities. The bathroom, with its elegant fixtures and a large walk-in shower, seemed like the perfect place to unwind after the drive. My excitement turned to dismay the first time I attempted to use the shower. I turned on the faucet, expecting a refreshing cascade of hot water, but instead I was met with a feeble trickle of lukewarm water. I adjusted the controls, hoping to find a solution, but the shower continued to dribble ineffectively. Frustrated but optimistic, I called the front desk to report the issue. "I'm having trouble with the shower," I explained. "It's not giving me enough water, and the temperature is barely lukewarm." The receptionist assured me that maintenance would be notified and someone would be sent to fix it as soon as possible. I was relieved, thinking that this minor inconvenience would soon be resolved. Hours passed, and no one came to address the problem. After a long day of exploring the nearby trails and enjoying the resort's amenities, I was eager for a hot shower. I called the front desk again, and this time the receptionist apologized for the delay and promised that maintenance would be there shortly. The next morning, I found myself still dealing with the same issue. The shower was still dribbling lukewarm water, and despite multiple calls to the front desk, no one had come to fix it. I was becoming increasingly frustrated. The inability to take a proper shower was more than just an inconvenience, it was impacting my comfort and enjoyment of the stay. With no resolution in sight, I decided to take matters into my own hands. I approached the front desk and spoke directly to the manager, a woman named Clara. I explained the ongoing problem and how it had affected my stay. Clara listened sympathetically and promised to escalate the issue to ensure that it was addressed promptly. Still, the situation didn't improve. The shower continued to malfunction, and my repeated complaints seemed to have little effect. Each day, I would find myself having to use the sparse dribble of lukewarm water, which made for a rather uncomfortable experience. The cold mountain air made the inadequate shower even less bearable. As the days went on, I found myself dreading the shower more and more. I began to avoid it altogether, opting for quick, uncomfortable sponge baths in the sink instead. My attempts to find solace in the other amenities of the lodge were overshadowed by the persistent discomfort of the malfunctioning shower. In a desperate attempt to salvage my stay, I asked Clara if there was another room available. She checked, but unfortunately there were no vacancies. She offered to provide a discount on my stay or a voucher for a future visit, but by then my frustration had reached a boiling point. I had hoped for a resolution rather than compensation. Finally, on my last night at the Timberline Lodge, maintenance arrived to fix the shower. The technician explained that there had been a problem with the water pressure system in that section of the hotel, which had only recently been discovered. They worked diligently to repair it, but by then my stay was nearly over. When I checked out the next morning, Clara apologized again for the inconvenience and offered a full refund for the nights affected by the shower issue. Though I appreciated the gesture, it did little to compensate for the discomfort and disruption I had experienced. Driving away from the Timberline Lodge, I couldn't help but reflect on the impact that one malfunctioning fixture had on my entire vacation. The beautiful surroundings and the lodge's charm were overshadowed by the persistent problem with the shower. Despite the staff's best efforts to address the issue, the discomfort had been a significant and ongoing inconvenience. The Timberline Lodge remained a beautiful destination, but my experience was a reminder of how even small issues, if left unresolved, can greatly affect one's overall enjoyment. I hoped that future guests would not have to endure the same frustrating ordeal, and that the lodge would address maintenance issues more promptly in the future. As I left the lodge behind, I carried with me a lesson in patience and the importance of timely resolutions to guest concerns. The broken shower had marred an otherwise idyllic retreat, but it was also a reminder of the resilience required to handle such inconveniences gracefully. Story 35. The morning had started off like any other during my stay at the charming, albeit modest, seaside hotel. The sun was casting a warm glow over the horizon, and the sound of waves crashing against the shore was a gentle reminder of the peaceful escape I had been enjoying. I had been looking forward to another relaxing day before heading home, but fate had other plans. I had barely settled into the breakfast nook, savoring the last sip of my coffee, when the hotel manager approached me. He was a tall man with a graying beard and an air of authority that immediately put me on edge. "Excuse me, Mr. Davis," he said, catching my attention with a polite but strained tone. "May I have a word with you?" I put down my cup and followed him to a quieter corner of the lobby. The pleasant morning was now overshadowed by an unexpected unease. The manager's expression was one of practiced concern. "I regret to inform you that we're experiencing an issue with overbooking," he began, his voice steady but lacking warmth. "Unfortunately, we need to ask you to check out earlier than planned. We have a new group arriving, and we don't have the room to accommodate you for the remainder of your stay." I blinked, trying to process his words. "I have a reservation for 3 more nights," I said, my voice betraying my confusion. I wasn't informed of any overbooking issues. This is the first I'm hearing of it. He nodded, though his expression didn't change. "I understand this is inconvenient. We've already contacted several nearby hotels, but they're all fully booked due to a large conference in town. I'm afraid we don't have any available alternatives to offer you." My mind raced. I had spent months planning this trip, and the thought of being suddenly uprooted was overwhelming. "What about compensation? Surely you can offer something for the inconvenience." The manager's gaze remained firm. "I'm afraid we cannot offer compensation as this situation is due to circumstances beyond our control. We suggest you check with local accommodations or consider other arrangements. If there's anything else we can assist with, please let us know." His lack of empathy made my frustration flare. "So, you're telling me I'm left to figure this out on my own, with no help from the hotel that made the error?" The manager's tone softened slightly, but his response remained unsatisfactory. "I'm truly sorry for the inconvenience. If you need to store your luggage or require assistance with transportation, we're here to help." He turned and walked away, leaving me seething and stranded. I went back to my room to pack, my mind racing as I tried to find a solution. My suitcase was hastily filled, and I couldn't shake the feeling of betrayal from a place that was supposed to provide comfort. I ventured back to the lobby, hoping to find a solution. The front desk was bustling with activity, but the staff were indifferent to my plight. I asked if they could suggest any last-minute options, but each response was either a polite shrug or a referral to an already full list of hotels. As the minutes ticked by, my frustration turned into desperation. I called several hotels myself, only to be met with the same answer: no vacancies. I walked the streets of the small coastal town, lugging my suitcase, hoping to find a place to stay, but each attempt was met with failure. My frustration reached a boiling point as I stood in a crowded cafe, trying to gather my thoughts. I felt like a nomad, wandering with no destination, my planned getaway now a chaotic scramble. The cafe owner, noticing my disheveled appearance, struck up a conversation. "You look like you're having a rough day," she said with genuine concern. I explained my situation, and she nodded sympathetically. "You know, there's a small bed and breakfast up the road. It's not on any of the main booking sites, but it might be worth a shot. They often have rooms available, especially if you catch them at the right time." I thanked her, feeling a glimmer of hope. I hurried to the bed and breakfast, my suitcase bumping along the uneven sidewalk. To my relief, they had a room available. It wasn't ideal, but it was a roof over my head. The owner, an elderly woman with a kind smile, welcomed me and assured me I'd be comfortable. The room was modest but clean, and I finally allowed myself to relax, if only slightly. I was exhausted, both physically and emotionally, from the ordeal. My initial anger simmered down into a tired acceptance. I still felt the sting of the hotel's lack of concern and the inconvenience they had caused, but at least I had found a place to stay. The next morning, I went back to the original hotel to check out formally. I requested a meeting with the manager to express my dissatisfaction with how the situation was handled. I was met with a polite but perfunctory apology, and the manager assured me that they would review their booking policies to prevent future occurrences. I left the hotel with a mix of relief and lingering frustration. The unexpected checkout had turned my well-planned vacation into a stressful scramble, but it had also given me a newfound appreciation for the kindness of strangers and the importance of persistence. I documented my experience in a detailed review, hoping to raise awareness of the hotel's booking practices and to warn future guests. The situation had been far from ideal, but it had also taught me resilience and the need to advocate for oneself, even in the face of unexpected adversity. Story 36. After a long day of meetings and client presentations, I was more than ready to settle into my hotel room and unwind. The hotel was a reputable chain, known for its service and comfort. However, my positive expectations quickly soured once I encountered a billing error that would turn into a frustrating ordeal. The issue began on the day of checkout. As I reviewed my final bill, I noticed an unexpected charge for minibar usage that I had not made. Given that I hadn't touched the minibar, I was concerned and decided to address it before leaving. I approached the front desk, where a young receptionist with a tired expression was handling a line of other departing guests. When it was my turn, I explained the discrepancy on my bill. "I see there's a charge for the minibar that I didn't use," I said. "Can you please look into this?" The receptionist glanced at the bill and nodded. "I'll have someone look into it. Please give me a moment." I waited in the lobby, hoping for a quick resolution. After about 15 minutes, the receptionist returned with a polite but vague response. "It looks like the charge was mistakenly applied. I'll need to forward this to the manager for correction. You should hear back within a few days." I thanked her and left the hotel, assuming that the issue would be resolved soon. However, as the days passed, I didn't receive any follow-up. Growing increasingly concerned, I called the hotel's customer service line. "I've been waiting for a resolution to a billing issue I reported last week," I explained to the customer service representative. "The charge for the minibar was incorrect, and I haven't heard back." The representative took down my details and promised to escalate the issue. I'll make sure the manager is informed and that this gets resolved quickly. You should hear something soon. Days turned into weeks with no response. Frustrated, I tried calling again, but this time I struggled to get through to someone who could help. Each time I was directed to voicemail or given assurances that my case was being reviewed. Finally, I decided to send an email to the hotel's management. I detailed the issue, including my previous attempts to resolve it and the lack of follow-up. I requested a prompt resolution and a refund for the erroneous charge. Several more days passed without any reply. It felt as though my concerns were falling into a void. I decided to escalate the matter further by reaching out through social media, hoping that a public complaint might elicit a faster response. At Hotel Chain, I've been trying to resolve a billing error for weeks with no success. I've contacted customer service multiple times and sent emails with no response. This is unacceptable. Can someone please address this issue? I tweeted. The tweet caught the attention of the hotel's social media team. Within a few hours, I received a direct message asking for more details about my situation. I provided them with the necessary information, hoping that this would finally prompt action. The next day, I received a call from a senior manager at the hotel. He introduced himself as Mr. Anderson and apologized for the inconvenience. I've reviewed your case and understand the frustration you've experienced. I'm going to make sure this is resolved immediately. Mr. Anderson promised that the erroneous charge would be removed and I would receive a refund within a week. He also assured me that the hotel was taking steps to improve their handling of billing issues to prevent such problems in the future. True to his word, the refund was processed within a week. I received an email confirming the reversal of the charge and a formal apology from the hotel. The message was brief but sincere, acknowledging the lapse in communication and the inconvenience caused. While I was relieved to finally have the issue resolved, the experience had been far from pleasant. The repeated attempts to contact management, the lack of response, and the need to escalate the issue publicly had left me feeling disheartened. What should have been a straightforward correction turned into a protracted battle. As I reflected on the ordeal, I realized that it wasn't just about the money, it was about the principle of good customer service. The unresponsiveness of the management had overshadowed the otherwise positive aspects of my stay. It was a reminder of how crucial effective communication and prompt resolution are in maintaining customer satisfaction. In the end, the hotel's resolution was satisfactory, but the experience had left a lingering impact. I hoped that my feedback would contribute to improvements in their management practices, ensuring that future guests would not have to endure the same frustrations. Story 37. The Grandview Resort was a renowned establishment, celebrated for its luxurious amenities and impeccable service. Situated in a picturesque setting by the lake, it promised an opulent escape from the everyday grind. I had been eagerly anticipating my stay, booking months in advance to ensure a spot at this highly rated retreat. My arrival at the resort was greeted with the usual fanfare, a cheerful valet who took my car, a welcoming concierge who offered me a refreshing drink, and a reception staff that seemed poised to make my stay memorable. The check-in process was smooth, and I was soon heading to my room with a sense of excitement. It was only after I had settled into my room and unpacked that I realized something was amiss. My luggage, which had been checked in by the valet, was nowhere to be found. I had assumed it would be delivered directly to my room, as per the standard practice at upscale hotels. However, after waiting a few hours and receiving no sign of my belongings, I decided to call the front desk. "Hello, I'm in room 406, I said, trying to keep my voice calm despite my growing frustration. "I'm still waiting for my luggage to be delivered. Could you please check on it?" The receptionist assured me they would look into it and get back to me shortly. I waited, but as the minutes ticked by, my patience began to wear thin. When I hadn't heard back after an hour, I called again. This time I spoke with a different staff member who seemed to take my complaint more seriously. "We'll locate your luggage as quickly as possible," he said, his voice sincere. "It might have been misplaced or delayed. We'll keep you updated." That evening I was still without my luggage, and my initial irritation was turning into anxiety. I had packed essentials and a few outfits for the trip, but without my main suitcase, I felt unprepared and inconvenienced. I visited the front desk in person and spoke with the same staff member who had promised to resolve the issue. "We're still searching for your luggage," he said apologetically. "It seems it may have been misdirected to another area of the hotel. I assure you, we're doing everything we can to find it." By the following day, I had still not received any updates. The lack of communication was frustrating. I continued to inquire at the front desk. Each visit met with assurances that they were working on it. Despite their reassurances, I couldn't shake the feeling of growing helplessness. On the third day, I finally received some news. The staff informed me that my luggage had been found but was in a part of the hotel's storage that required additional time to access. They promised it would be delivered to my room by the evening. I was cautiously optimistic, though my patience was wearing thin. That evening, as I prepared for a dinner reservation in borrowed clothes, I still had not seen my luggage. I called the front desk once more, only to be told that there was a delay in delivering it to my room. The staff member on the phone seemed genuinely sympathetic but offered little in the way of concrete solutions. By the fourth day, I was growing increasingly frustrated. I had been forced to make do with limited clothing and toiletries, and the inconvenience was beginning to overshadow the relaxation I had hoped to enjoy. I visited the front desk yet again and demanded to speak to a manager. The manager, a middle-aged woman with a calm demeanor, listened to my complaints with a professional but distant attitude. "I apologize for the inconvenience," she said. "I understand this situation has been frustrating. I'll ensure that your luggage is prioritized and delivered to your room as soon as possible." She also offered a small gesture of goodwill, a complimentary dinner at the resort's restaurant. While the offer was appreciated, it did little to alleviate my growing frustration. I was tired of waiting and wanted my belongings back. That evening, as I sat down for the complimentary dinner, I finally received a call from the front desk. My luggage had been located and was on its way to my room. I finished my meal with a mix of relief and apprehension. The sense of anticipation was palpable as I returned to my room. To my relief, when I opened the door, my suitcase was finally waiting for me. I unpacked my belongings with a sense of satisfaction, but the ordeal had left a lasting impression. The entire experience had been marred by poor communication, lack of urgency, and a feeling of being neglected. As I checked out on the final day, I was offered a discount on my stay as compensation for the inconvenience. While the gesture was appreciated, it did little to fully compensate for the 4 days of discomfort and frustration. I left the Grandview Resort with mixed feelings, the initial excitement of my stay overshadowed by the mismanagement of my luggage. Driving away, I couldn't help but reflect on how a seemingly simple error in handling luggage had transformed what was meant to be a luxurious getaway into a prolonged and uncomfortable ordeal. The Grandview Resort's promise of exceptional service had been tainted by a failure to deliver on even the most basic expectations. Story 38. The old hotel on the edge of town had seen better days. Its once grand facade was now a patchwork of peeling paint and crumbling bricks, and its once opulent lobby had deteriorated into a faded relic of a bygone era. I had chosen it for its bargain price, a decision I soon came to regret. Upon arrival, the hotel's exterior was the first clue that the place was far from pristine. The parking lot was poorly lit, and a flickering neon sign barely hung on its rusted frame. I hesitated for a moment, considering turning back, but my reservation was already made, and I was too tired from my journey to find another place. The lobby, though dimly lit, was eerily quiet. The worn-out carpet was stained and frayed, and the reception desk was covered in a thick layer of dust. The receptionist, an elderly woman with a tired expression, greeted me with a mechanical smile. "Welcome. Here's your room key," she said, sliding it across the counter. "Thanks," I replied, trying to mask my unease. I took the creaky elevator up to my floor, the old machinery groaning with every movement. As I stepped out into the hallway, I was greeted by the sight of water-stained walls and flickering fluorescent lights. The stench of mildew was almost overwhelming, and the air felt heavy and oppressive. My room was no better. The door had clearly seen better days, with a chipped paint job and a rusty lock. Inside the room was a collage of neglect. The wallpaper was peeling in large strips, revealing grimy patches of plaster underneath. The bedspread was threadbare, with several stains that I chose not to investigate too closely. The bathroom was equally disappointing. The tiles were cracked and discolored, and the shower head was encrusted with lime deposits. The faucet dripped incessantly, creating a steady rhythm that only added to the room's discomfort. I noticed several areas of mold around the edges of the tub, and the toilet seat was stained and chipped. I tried to make the best of it, hoping that my stay would be bearable despite the poor conditions. I unpacked my belongings and decided to take a hot shower to wash off the grime from my journey. Unfortunately, the water temperature fluctuated between scalding and freezing, making it an uncomfortable experience. After the shower, I attempted to settle in by watching some television. The set was an old model with a blurry screen, and the remote control was missing several buttons. I sighed and decided to get some rest, hoping that a good night's sleep would make up for the room's shortcomings. However, sleep didn't come easily. The walls were thin, and I could hear every creak and groan of the building as it settled for the night. Occasionally, a distant noise would filter through a thud, a scraping sound, or the occasional muffled shout from somewhere in the hotel. The unsettling atmosphere made it difficult to relax. In the morning, I ventured down to the lobby for breakfast, hoping that a meal might lift my spirits. The breakfast area was a dismal sight. The tables and chairs were mismatched and worn, and the selection of food was sparse pre-packaged pastries and lukewarm coffee. I took a quick bite and decided it was best to head out for the day, away from the dismal confines of the hotel. As the day wore on, I tried to explore the town and keep myself occupied, but my thoughts kept drifting back to the hotel. I couldn't shake the feeling that the place was on the brink of collapse, with its lack of maintenance and general air of neglect. Each time I returned to the hotel, I was reminded of its disrepair. In the evening, I encountered another issue: the hotel's heating system. Despite the cold weather outside, the radiator in my room barely emitted any warmth. I called the front desk to report the problem, but the response was less than reassuring. "We're aware of the heating issues," the receptionist said, her tone indifferent. "Unfortunately, we don't have any spare heaters available right now." I spent the night bundled up in my clothes, trying to keep warm. The cold air seeped through the cracks in the window frames, and I found myself shivering under the thin blanket. By morning, I was more than ready to check out and put the unpleasant experience behind me. When I finally checked out, I expressed my dissatisfaction to the receptionist. "I'm really sorry to hear that you didn't have a good experience," she said, though her apology seemed insincere. "We're in the process of renovating, but it's a slow process." I left the hotel feeling relieved to be done with this stay, but disappointed that the experience had been so far below my expectations. The hotel's neglect and poor maintenance had overshadowed any potential charm it might have once had. In the end, I learned a valuable lesson about the importance of paying attention to reviews and choosing accommodations based on more than just price. While the hotel had been a bargain, the discomfort and inconvenience I experienced made it clear that some savings weren't worth the price of a subpar stay. Story 39. It was supposed to be a relaxing getaway, a break from the constant buzz of city life, and a chance to unwind in a quiet countryside retreat. I had booked a stay at a charming hotel nestled in the rolling hills, renowned for its tranquility and serene atmosphere. But what was meant to be a peaceful retreat turned into a night of frustration and sleeplessness, thanks to the inconsiderate behavior of noisy neighbors. I arrived at the hotel in the late afternoon, eager to settle into my room and enjoy the picturesque surroundings. The check-in process was smooth, and the receptionist handed me a key card with a warm smile. "Enjoy your stay," she said. My room was on the second floor, offering a lovely view of the sprawling gardens below. I unpacked my bags and decided to take a leisurely stroll around the property before dinner. The hotel grounds were as beautiful as advertised, flowering bushes, a serene pond, and winding paths that promised peaceful walks. After a satisfying dinner in the hotel's cozy restaurant, I retired to my room, looking forward to a good night's sleep. But as I settled into bed, I started to hear the faint sound of music and laughter coming from the neighboring room. I assumed it was just a little noise from other guests and tried to ignore it. However, as the night wore on, the noise only grew louder. The sounds of thumping bass and raucous laughter seeped through the thin walls. It was clear that the guests next door were having a party, and they showed no signs of winding down. The noise was incessant, like an unwelcome intruder invading my sanctuary of rest. I tried to drown out the disturbance with a pillow over my head, but it was no use. The bass seemed to vibrate through the bed, and the laughter felt like it was right outside my door. After an hour of futile attempts to fall asleep, I decided to call the front desk. The receptionist answered with a sleepy voice. "Good evening. How can I help you?" "There's a lot of noise coming from the room next to mine," I said, trying to keep my frustration in check. "It's really loud and I'm unable to sleep." She sighed. "I'm sorry to hear that. I'll send someone up to check on it." I hung up and waited, hoping for a quick resolution. The noise continued unabated, and after another half hour I heard a knock on the door. It was a hotel security guard who, after a brief discussion, assured me that he would address the issue. Unfortunately, the disturbance persisted. The guard's visit had done nothing to quell the revelry next door. By now it was well past midnight, and my patience was wearing thin. I decided to call the front desk again, hoping that a different approach might yield better results. The same receptionist answered, sounding more alert this time. "Yes, how can I assist you?" "I called earlier about the noise," I said, my voice edged with irritation. "The situation hasn't improved. It's still extremely loud." She sighed, clearly exasperated. "I'm sorry. I'll have someone else take another look. Please bear with us." Another hour passed with no improvement. The party next door raged on, and I felt increasingly helpless. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, my frustration growing with each passing minute. I had expected a peaceful night's sleep, not a battle with noise and poor service. Finally, around 2 a.m., the noise started to taper off. The guests next door seemed to be winding down, and the sound of muffled conversations and occasional bursts of laughter gradually faded. I lay in bed, exhausted but too restless to fall asleep immediately. When silence finally settled, it was almost as if it had come too late to salvage the night. The next morning, I approached the front desk, eager to express my dissatisfaction. The same receptionist greeted me, her expression a mix of sympathy and relief. "I'm sorry about last night," she said. "I hope it didn't ruin your stay." "It certainly did," I replied, struggling to keep my voice steady. I was promised a peaceful retreat, but I didn't get any sleep. The noise was unbearable, and the response from the staff was inadequate. She nodded. "I understand. I'll make a note of your feedback and discuss it with the management." I appreciated her acknowledgement, though it did little to alleviate my frustration. "Can I speak with the manager?" The manager appeared shortly, a tall man with a stern but empathetic demeanor. "Good morning. I hear you had a difficult night. I'm very sorry for the inconvenience." I recounted the events of the previous night, detailing the noise and the lack of effective intervention. He listened attentively, his expression serious. "I understand your frustration," he said. "We strive to ensure all our guests have a pleasant experience. I apologize that we failed to meet your expectations." He offered a partial refund for the night and a voucher for a future stay, hoping to make amends. While the gesture was appreciated, it didn't entirely compensate for the lost rest and the unpleasant experience. As I checked out and prepared to leave, I couldn't help but feel disappointed. The hotel's beautiful setting and amenities had been overshadowed by a single night of poor management and disruptive guests. I hoped that my feedback would prompt improvements in their handling of such situations, ensuring future guests wouldn't face similar issues. Driving away from the hotel, I reflected on the importance of responsiveness and respect for guests' needs. The night had been a stark reminder of how crucial it is for hotels to maintain not only a pleasant environment but also an effective approach to problem resolution. Though my stay had been marred by noise and poor service, I resolved to approach future travels with a mix of optimism and caution, hoping for better experiences ahead. Story 40. The Highland Haven Hotel had always been praised for its charming aesthetics and tranquil surroundings. Nestled in a scenic part of the countryside, it seemed like the perfect retreat from the bustle of everyday life. After a particularly stressful period at work, I decided to treat myself to a weekend getaway at this supposedly idyllic retreat. The promise of relaxation in a serene setting was just what I needed. When I arrived, the hotel's exterior was as picturesque as advertised. The ivy-covered walls and the neatly manicured gardens looked inviting, and the lobby was elegantly furnished. After a swift check-in, I was shown to my room on the third floor. The room was cozy, with a rustic charm that seemed to fit the hotel's old-world character. It had a view of the surrounding forest, which was a comforting sight. However, my sense of relaxation was quickly shattered. As I began to unpack, I noticed several concerning issues in the room. The first was the exposed wiring near the bedside lamp. The wires were frayed and hanging loosely from the wall, a clear safety hazard that made me uneasy. I examined the area more closely and found that the insulation around the wiring was worn, leaving live wires exposed. Next, as I went to close the window to ward off the evening chill, I discovered that the window lock was broken. The lock was hanging loose, and the window could be easily opened from the outside. This posed a significant security risk, especially given the room's ground floor location. Anyone could potentially gain access to the room without much effort. Concerned for my safety, I immediately contacted the front desk. The receptionist, a middle-aged woman with a warm demeanor, answered my call. I explained the issues, emphasizing the potential danger of exposed wiring and the broken window lock. Her initial response was calm and reassuring. "Thank you for letting us know. I'll send maintenance up right away to address these issues." I waited in the room, hoping for a quick resolution. After a while, a maintenance worker arrived. He was a burly man with a worn expression who took a cursory look at the problems. "The wiring issue is probably just a minor fix," he said gruffly. "And the window lock, well, That's a bit more complicated. He fiddled with the wiring for a few minutes, but his attempts were half-hearted. The wiring remained exposed. Though he assured me it was safe enough for now, he then attempted to fix the window lock, but his efforts were equally ineffective. The lock still hung loosely, and he seemed to have little confidence that it would hold. "I'll need to order some parts for the window," he said, shrugging. "It might take a while. In the meantime, just be careful." I was frustrated by his dismissive attitude and the apparent lack of urgency. I went back to the front desk to express my concerns again. The receptionist was sympathetic, but unable to provide any immediate solutions. "I'm really sorry about this," she said. "I'll let the manager know and see what we can do." Hours passed and the issues remained unresolved. I tried to make the best of the situation, but the exposed wiring and broken window lock left me feeling uneasy. My attempt to relax was marred by constant worries about potential hazards and security breaches. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was staying in a room that was not just uncomfortable but unsafe. That evening, I returned to the front desk to inquire about the progress. The manager, a tall woman with a stern expression, was on duty. She listened as I recounted the unresolved issues and expressed my dissatisfaction. "I understand your concerns," she said, "but our maintenance team is stretched thin at the moment. We're doing our best to address these problems." I pointed out that the situation had been far from acceptable. I'm paying for a room that is not only uncomfortable but unsafe. I would have expected a quicker response and a more effective resolution. The manager assured me that they would prioritize fixing the issues, but offered no immediate solutions. She suggested I might be more comfortable in a different room, but mentioned that they were fully booked. "We'll try to arrange something for you, but it might not be until tomorrow." Feeling defeated, I returned to my room. The night passed fitfully, with my worries about safety preventing me from getting any real rest. The next morning I went to the front desk again. The manager was there, and she informed me that a different room had become available. "We've managed to secure another room for you," she said. "It's on the 5th floor and should be in better condition." I was relieved to finally be moving to a different room, though my stay had been marred by the previous night's discomfort. The new room was indeed in better condition, with no visible safety issues. However, the experience had left a lasting impression. As I checked out of the Highland Haven Hotel, I made sure to voice my concerns to the manager once more, hoping that the feedback would lead to improvements. I left with mixed feelings, appreciating the eventual resolution but deeply disappointed by the initial lack of response and the unsafe conditions I had endured. The Highland Haven Hotel had failed to meet basic standards of safety and customer care. My experience served as a reminder that even the most charming hotels can fall short in critical areas, and that addressing safety concerns promptly is crucial to ensuring a comfortable and secure stay for guests.